Well, hello, my pretties, and welcome to some Esoteric Ebb, a chilling tale of the worst cleric investigating a bombed-out tea shop. Well, that's the best I can do for Vincent Price. You can't scratch a legend, I know, but I hope that at least one of you went, that sounds a bit Vincent Pricey then. I did well. How are you doing, lovely folks? Good to see you all. Welcome back. Hey, Wolfborn, Heron Arrow, Wolf Soul 87, Geester. Welcome, everyone. Yeah, and I think some of you are pretty excited to see me cover this one. I'm pretty excited to cover this one. I've already played 107 minutes, not as much as I thought, but I've covered a lot. So I think we're all good. Everything's, yep, I don't know, something's nagging at me. I don't know. A job to do. Oh yes, let's get the game cap. That was the one thing. Oh, it's a great demo. He's pretty much, I think they said it's the entire first day with full access to everything on the first day. So yeah, and your save carries over, which is always a good incentive. I like this thing with saves now where they go, your save carries over. Oh, I knew I was in for a treat when I failed the first intelligence check and couldn't remember my name. Go Bigfoot. I mean, that can apply to so many games. The downside of trying to eat a snack while you have your hair down is sometimes you enjoy a little bit of hair. I don't know how I'm not coughing up hairballs on the reg, but I'll show options because, yeah, release streams on GOG got me in the habit of showing options when I cover a new game on the streams, so... Oh, 76 has added the chance of Bigfoot to spawn and attack you. I see. I should check in on that. I bet bought a year's subscription and then probably never played it. Yeah, I mean, there's no big surprises. It's everything you expect to see. That was not exit the menu. That was exit the game. Pretty much a solo effort, this game, as well. Yeah, that's a whoops. Right, we're going to do a new game. But you can see here, there's stats. Level 1 clerics. It's all very D&D themed, to the point where I'm worried they might actually get in trouble for the spells, because they are literally the D&D 5th edition spells, like almost word for word from the handbook. In fact, I can do one of those silly things where I've got a book and I'll check it because I got the handbook to hand. It'll be fun. This is D&D. There it is. Still got Cell 6 character notes from my first ever game. That'll be like, that's like my equivalent of used bathwater is selling my used character sheets. It's actually fun because they've got a lot of, because the world building around it's really good. They've got a lot of lore about why certain pretty common spells aren't available to people. Excuse me, to people. Like, you can't have everyone with access to Charm Person now, can you? Getting me here now. Bardcore Elysium, I will accept that as well, Wolfborn. My thought was Discworld Elysium, though. But played through D&D mechanics, see? Got lore, uses, and roles. A low-strength cleric is a weak, sniveling rat, bows down to anyone stronger, can't handle the banter, gives up when the going gets tough, is afraid of women, and doesn't care about quests. The lore. Every shepherd knows the song. I should probably go with a voice because, like, this isn't voice, this one, so I'm going to be doing a lot of narrating, so I might do the Disco Elysium thing where it's all the same voice, but with slightly different inflection. Try my best at that and see how we do. Fortunately, you only really have to voice these. There's nowhere near as many voices that chime in, but each of your stats is a voice that will chime in, which I think is a beautiful way to adapt what Disco Elysium was doing in an interesting way. This isn't just a carbon copy. Like, this guy had a really good idea, and from what I've played so far, it's really good. So you can randomize your character, you know. But, hang on, what have I done? Let me go back. I wanted to show, because I want to read, obviously I've got to read out all the stuff. They're very interesting. And the guy said there's 750,000, it was either words or lines, I think it's words, in the game. There are more words he wrote for this game than were written for the full Lord of the Rings. Which he posted that into response to someone going, when do you have voice acting? Even partial? He's like, do you realize even partial how much that would work? That would be? It's not that you couldn't find a voice actor who won't do it. Obviously, a voice actor is going to be very, very happy for the work, especially if, for the amount of work that would entail. But can you afford to pay for the actor, probably the voice director as well, the hiring of equipment and all of that? You're a solo dev. You read the convo too. Yeah, it was fair enough, and it wasn't like an entitled gamer moaning thread either. Like the guy, it was all very like, why has this not been done? Would you consider doing it? Kind of one, you know, where there's actual respect on both sides going on. It's funny what happens when people talk to each other like adults. So every shepherd knows the song. It bellows up the river. Earth lives in that sliver of land. So that kind of voice, kind of authoritative. We're not authoritative, as we learn. Strength measures your natural bodily prowess alongside a testosterone-fueled mindset. As a man, it is only proper for you to hone your figure and its capabilities. But why? The search for meaning is as vital as the struggle towards competency. Luckily, you already know your cause. To protect the innocent, to lead the weak, to sacrifice until nothing but your bones hit the pavement, to literally die. Become a zealot, regain your honor, set out on your divine mission. The cleric's unique take on strength. So I like that. They make it very, very clear this is not how the world views these stats. This is just how the player character views these aspects. And you got, uses. Most of it's fairly... Okay, that last one caught me off guard. Bigger dick! Also, this soundtrack is lush. It's so good, and it's not all like this either. There's some surprising synth in it. This, Mr. Toad Dragon, is Esoteric Ebb. A sort of blend of Disco Elysium, Discworld, and Dungeons and Dragons. A high-strength cleric votes for the party of Narvik, prays to his dead god, uses brute force on puzzles, punches big bad evil guys in the face, wants to become a real human hero, loves quests, simple as... I try to get the mic in a good position because I keep feeling like I need to lean over, and that way I don't need to raise my voice so much, and we're all happy then because I'm not straining my voice. I think that's better. Do let me know in chat though if you're picking up too much background noise like slurping from the can. I tried to lean back so the noise gate doesn't pick it up, but... Dexterity. It is imperative to simply explain to these people they have the right to choose. Belief in oneself is just. Wealth is built from within. Meriadoc Moonwatch, sights beyond reeds. Moves the mic closer to my face, immediately goes to burping it. You know what, I'm going to put voice acting on for this one. And by that I mean I'm with the tag. I don't know, sometimes these actually, occasionally, randomly, these category tags that I use, you can see the analytics on them, and sometimes it's like, oh, that one actually brought some people into the stream, weirdly. Damn it. Right. Move me ears. Like a cat, you can't mess with me ears. Right. I'll just have the hair over the ears and the headphones over the ears. That is incredibly uncomfortable. This whole side is being uncomfortable. I think I need a beard shave. That's usually when this starts happening. Anyway. Dexterity measures natural reactivity, balance, and poise. The haste with which you express a witty remark or notice a nervous glance. And of course, your ability to gracefully avoid the consequences of your actions. It's all about risk versus reward. Is it that feeling of self-preservation when everything falls apart around you? To grab as much as you can while the grabbing's good? To progress towards a new future full of freedom, so those who look out for themselves can prosper and survive? I promise you, no one else will. Uses. With enough dexterity, you can steal anything. Pick locks, sneak, dodge traps, roll initiative, and react quickly as a dashing rogue. Become rich as a Republican revolutionary, and just run away, dummy. And then, high dexterity clerics votes for the revolutionary free striders, collects piles of shiny coins, acts first in every encounter, avoids trouble before it brews, always has a witty reply, looks out for himself, takes big risks, and wins everything. A low dexterity cleric takes big risks and fails every time, doesn't notice anything in time, stumbles over his own feet, drops the ball, figuratively and literally, is slow, mentally and physically, is dirt poor, very embarrassing. Constitution, always listen to your hungry stomach. The Hedonists, a blind manifesto. Also, I want to shout out to the art for each of these. Like I said, go back and have a look because these are fantastic. Like, I don't know who did the art, if it was the solo dev or if he outsourced it, but whoever did the art understood the assignment. These evoke Disco Elysium, but their own thing, and like they have, like, look, that's your strength, the ability, like, big tough guy, I can take it. Dexterity is a really, really long, like, sticky fingers coming for your pockets. Constitution is a stomach with a mouth, which I think is just, it's kind of cute. Constitution measures your natural stamina, both mental and physical. It's how much you can take before going down. The world is harsh and unforgiving. It will beat you to a pulp with words and sticks. So listen to your gut, the instinct that kicks in when you're standing at the pit. It's the sound that speaks nothing but bodily truth. Every choice you make, every emotion you accumulate, can be traced back to that lower half of that stomach of yours. Follow it. Retain the mortality of fleshy logic. Simple, easy, truthful. But in a nutshell, it's needed for hit points to control my body and its esoteric connection. Because apparently that's why, like, one of the only reasons we're even kind of employed as a cleric is we seem to have a knack with esoteric stuff. Esoteric in this world, there's lots of footnotes and things we'll find, but esoteric in this world means, like, weird magic-y things, basically. Your political party polled 2% last week and you don't care. Pain is good for you. A high constitution cleric keeps forgetting there's an election, focuses on the good things in life, is tougher than entropy, keeps his neuroticism in check, talks with the spirits in the walls, listens to his gut, is already dead. I mean, Fist of the North Star reference? Or deeper meaning? That was... Okay. Anyway, a low constitution cleric will die, panics over everything, listens to his gut and is wrong, has no control of his bodily functions, can't handle the pain, has no special connection with walls. Well... yeah, it could be that. Like, I'm already dead, so I can tough it out, kind of thing. Well, yeah, it's just about, like, toughing things out and focusing on the good stuff. Tougher than entropy, yeah. Anyway, intelligence now. Look at that bad boy for intelligence. He's got, like, pages, there's this badass collar. He's all, like, sinister skull and brain. A glorious design. Let those who learn lead through merit of ability and nothing else. Lord Phileas Prax. Autobiography Prax. Blah. My throat ran away. You just went over there somewhere. Which is a weird description, but you kind of like when you try to do a voice, you have to have a little bit of control over muscles here, and I lost control, and I just like that one side started relaxing. It's like, wait, come back, come back. Oh yeah, Fane, 95 years young. Hey, Howard. Intelligence measures your ability to recall, store, and process information. It is your logical receptacle and calculator. It is only proper for you to hone this pulsating mass within your skull. But why? Simple, pure, unadulterated ego. Knowledge rules the world. So too shall you one day lead the weak. Bring your genius to the masses. If they do not bow, they do not deserve you. You know everything about the past. Therefore, it is only rational you will truly know the future as well. Okay. Enlighten the ignorant masses. Mechanically, we can have more spells. Let's go over there. Can't see if it... Jesus, sorry about that. Think, plan, and execute an actual plan. Oh god, I think we just managed to pull that off on Sunday, didn't we? We actually have a sensible scouting expedition going on. I can't wait to see how this goes horribly wrong. But for now, let us enjoy the moment that we are actually getting stuff scouted and nothing's chasing us. Complete the Magocratic return. Vote for yourself. Be a genius without peers. A high-intelligence cleric votes for the best wizard. You. Despises and envies the gods. Solves every mystery with ease. Masters arcane magic. Spouts historical facts for hours. Is dismissive towards the lesser. Knows everything. A low-intelligence cleric knows nothing. Is both ignorant and confident. Oh no. Makes up tidbits to seem smart. Is barely sentient. Cannot intentionally solve mysteries. Is an idiot. Duh. Sorry, are we describing a low intelligence cleric or chat? Like that is a description of a collective Twitch chat there. Ouch. Wisdom. Wisdom is a heart because it used to be believed that the heart was where we thought with. And thank you non-stop for the sub despite that comment. You collective of idiots. You need to divide our numbers to get our apparent IQ. Yes. Oh no. Thank you very much, buddy. So it stops at Dark's Smile. That's when it runs out of steam. Yes, this is a Disco Elysium type game. So yeah, wisdom is a heart with lots of eyes. The large crumble upon their heavy forms. The mystical falter at the crucial point. The small rise to the occasion. Halfweed's poem. Wisdom measures your awareness, intuition, and ability to understand the world around you. To feel it. You may not know why, but meeting the gaze of another grants you empathic bond with her wants and fears, her dreams and hopes. You can read people, for good or bad, and pick up details others would pass by. It is your belief in the heart of all folk, to give and share what you have, and be I'm not settled on this voice, but whatever for now. Be completely and utterly selfless. It is the only true road to redemption. Gods only know how hard you try. I also actually... Pains me to say I did enjoy the demo for Zero Parades as well. Despite everything that happened with Zaum. I liked the demo. So we can empower spells, be kind and see the good in all folk, egalitarian hope of the Asgardian working class, and there are no big bad evil guys. Yeah, you definitely misheard it in that case, Mr. Toad Dragon. Well, yeah, because it is pretty much doing what you'd expect, which is largely trying to just do a copy-paste of Disco Elysium. They may have overcomplicated the stats a bit as well. Okay, where were we? A high wisdom cleric votes for the Asgardian Workers' Party, hates nothing except hierarchies, embraces his feminine side, follows his bleeding heart, masters primal magic, reads body language like a champ, notices all the details. A low wisdom cleric is an oblivious fool, misreads cues all the time, does not think about the lower class, does not get people, fails at spotting traps, is not aware of where he is, like what's going on here, I'm so confused. I think that's actually deliberate as well. I thought that was like a little accidental, oh, text is overflowing the box, but yeah. I think that's meant to represent like your dumb, unwise mind just going. Oh. And then charisma, which is another lovely one. Very nice. Those who believe in democracy have a wonderful view of folk. To think them capable of making rational and informed decisions devoid of personal bias and emotional conduct. It is, frankly, inspiring. Nicholas Darrow, Memoirs of a Statesman. Charisma measures your eloquence, confidence, and ability to navigate social situations of any kind. In short, it is the force of your unkempt personality. They don't need to know that. Smooth talk your way into any position of your liking. You can be affiliated with any known faction or thought. Reality is molded around your will. Like a chameleon, become a social operator. Become anything you need to make everyone finally love you. With high charisma, you gain an automatic discount on select stores near you. Win every conversation. Say the right thing. Say whatever gets people to like you and become a political force of nature. Be arguably sociopathic. A high charisma cleric votes for whatever makes him popular, was socialized as a child, knows what to say to win favors, can actually flirt with some baddies, loves to mind control people, sees truth as a suggestion, has no soul. I've said this all along. Charismatic people have no souls. I've been a firm believer of this, along with the lizard people. Not the lizard people. A low charisma cleric isn't very likable. Doesn't know how to act with people. Humbles the baddies. Fears conversation. Didn't come here to be attacked like this tonight, game, alright? I know I have low charisma. Fears conversations is like the opposite of a skilled orator and has no style. So yeah, you can choose your stats, you can randomize your stats, you pick 2 of your stats to have a proficiency in. It's all very setting up your first D&D character. Right? A lot of these felt very called out. Also, these are just, well, no, that's how they impact the cleric, actually, so that one is personal. But on top of that, we've got some backgrounds to choose. Now, let me just return out to reset them to the right order. Slightly irrelevant, but whatever. Okay, so background. Then you need to pick a background, which is, it's like the D&D backgrounds, you know, you'll get a bit of a skill buffs based on what you pick. Hey, Inside Out Boy. We could be a tower apprentice. Joining the towers is an honor bestowed upon few. It is also a terrible challenge even for you. Who'd have thought lectures were so draining? That gives us intelligence and constitution, arcane prodigy. For the first time in your life, you're a natural. You've always known a few cantrips, but real magic was something else. It was power. Palace pawn. As a rising talent, you often found yourself amidst the politicking of superiors despite your best efforts. It never ended well for you. Faithful Harbinger, there's something wrong. Praying to a dead god whose whispers linger in the air, slowly fading. You are isolated among your peers. Esoteric Expert. You spent most nights seeking esoterical insight. A lonely life. Your findings were unwanted by those in charge, yet you did not stop. Never. Hey, Stalio. You're already hooked on the descriptions? Yeah, right. Revolutionary scribe. Disillusionment. A city with ideals not upheld. One day you chose a side. The emerging democracy. You wrote day and night. For change and glory. Abject apostate. No one likes you. When you were demoted for dereliction, no one spoke up against it. But it's fine. You'll be fine. After all, you're used to it. Dead cleric. Growing up alone, getting into trouble. Training with the Uthgard. Devoting your life and becoming a cleric. Was it always supposed to end in the river? Punching bag. You're a farmer's son who grew up in the city. Of course you'd be an outcast. It took time, but eventually you figured out how to cope with it. Troll killer. You don't remember it, but you know well how your father died. Sometimes it motivated you. Sometimes it felt impossible to live up to. Kiosk kid, and here's where we start to see, right, look very carefully at this newspaper while I'm reading it out. Kiosk kid. Your mum wasn't around a lot, so to keep you out of trouble, she forced you to get a post-school job. You still despise the smell of newspapers. So, yes, over here we've got news in Norvik. Pest Control Guild, mimic mishap, apartment complex in shambles. Didn't look like normal furniture. There's like a little drawing of an elf pointing at a drawing of a mimic. Lore enthusiast. Spending time alone in the city, you often ended up at the Darovian Library. The strange history of Jaws' realm was a constant companion to you. Crowd pleaser. Inevitably, you ended up with the wrong crowd. You quickly picked up on the slang and radical terminology, doing anything to get real friends. Little weirdo. You were a novelty to them. A boy who would do or say anything for their attention, for their approval. After 2 or so years, you got quite good at it. As Garlist activist, your friends soon introduced you to the rebellious belly of Norvik. As a teenager, you spent years spreading chaos. Worse, dwarf propaganda. Uthgard recruit. After your arrest, there wasn't much arguing about it. 3 grueling years in training, drilled on the city code and virtues, but you survived. One friend. You really ever only prayed for that one thing during those lonely years, but the gods did not answer, so you learned to manage, as always. Acolyte, so many of these. Your knack for scribing got you a promotion to the clerical duties. Picked out of the ranks, you quickly showed deep devotion to your divine city. Yeah, there we go. Now we've looped around again. Okay, so on top of that, there's also some pre-built ones. There is the Primal Cleric. What is the nature of a man? Which specializes in strength and wisdom. And has the Dead Cleric background focus. There's the Trickster Cleric, proficiencies in charisma and dexterity, with the background as a kiosk kid. There's these, yeah, I should read these out, shouldn't I, first? So, there is the Primal Cleric, what is the nature of a man? The Trickster Cleric, don't keep your fingers to yourself. The Scholar Cleric, a loner, a thinker, a man of ideas. The Beefy Cleric, yes, more apples, apple boy. And the Unstable Cleric, they should bow before your ego. No, nature of a man, that's Planescape Geester. But yeah, it's close. What is a man is a miserable pile of secrets. But what is the, well, Planescape's big question was what can change the nature of a man? But what is the nature of a man was one of the big questions that was alongside that in Planescape. Yeah, Trickster Cleric specializes in dexterity and charisma, so thieving stuff and talking their way out of it. Scholar Cleric is very spell heavy and is a lore enthusiast and has wisdom. Can you direct me to the Stealth Archer section? You probably want Trickster Cleric then. Actually, what class you are constitutes one of your quests, and your responses can pull you towards various different classes. You can literally just declare yourself, put on like a raggedy cloak, and declare yourself a rogue. Which hilariously reminded me of the time Celsing, we were meeting a new party member, and I impulsively just had Celsing everyone's like, hi, yes, this is my specialty, I'm this, I'm that, and I'm like, hi, I'm Celsing. I'm a ranger, because I didn't want to admit to being a rogue. And they were like, aren't you a bit far from a forest? And I'm like, I'm between forests. Look at that picture as well. I guess I'm a bard now. Sure. Obviously, I'm going to use a pre-built because easiest way to start a game like this. Me? That strength could be a problem. Alright, I'm just thinking. I have tried 2 of these. So, I was going to start a poll, but I can't even remember how to do that. Just going to do a poll for 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, see what chat says. There is a way, I can't remember how to do it. Go to Streamlabs and see. Something on Streamlabs, I think, as well. I can't remember the shortcuts. You'd think Twitch had, I thought Twitch had the option baked in, and I can't remember where to find it because I don't use it very often. Should have checked because I did kind of have this idea in mind. The hell's the screen reader auto announce and why is that turned on? I don't know. Don't get distracted. Unbands, there's moderation settings. That's not what I'm looking for. Ah, there we go. Ah, here we go. Open a set of menus, create a poll. Yeah, there we go. Boom, got it. Right, cheers. Cheers. Which? Oops. Oh, for God's sake, I cannot type today. We're just going to keep it simple. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. You know what? Let's make things spicy. How about you can buy additional votes for 10,000 doubloons? Let's turn it into a bidding war for the build. Give you something to do with all those doubloons for once. We'll run it for 2 minutes. Started now. I think it's appeared in chat. It's like, not one you do through chat thingies. You know what's bullshit? It gives me 1 vote. I guess I have infinite doubloons, so yeah, I could just tip the scales, but well, I cast on 1. And if you want to put your thumb on the scales, it's an extra 10,000 doubloons a vote. That's your channel points that you've been quietly ticking up for watching that I'd never give you anything to spend on. So you're welcome. May as well turn it into a bidding war. I think most of you at this point seem to have hundreds of thousands to millions of them. So I figured 10,000's a decent bidding value. Now you still got a little bit of time before the polls run. It's a tight run race between 2 of them. It could be either. Oh, it's really neck and neck as it's going in. Like people are outbidding. We're on 29-29. Do I hear we on 31-29? 32-30. 5 is suddenly rocketing into the lead. What just happened? Oh, someone stole the vote. 5 came in as the surprise one. You had a plan there, whoever did that. Well played. You waited until it got really close to the end and started spamming like crazy, which was very well thought out. Actually similar to how you do the auctions in Final Fantasy IX, funnily enough. Of course we had someone trying to force a tie. All right, well, the votes are in, and we are going to be an unstable cleric. So, I didn't want to say which 2 I tried beforehand, because I didn't want to influence the vote, but my first attempt was with the primal cleric. That ended in a fire trap. I've got an ongoing game as the Scholar Cleric. He's a lot of fun. My Scholar Cleric has decided he wants to be declared the God Wizard Emperor, and is just trying to figure out how he can influence the elections to get voted as like the mightiest wizard despot. So there's also that. But we are going to be a little weirdo. It might have been non-stop. Hey, whatever. Something to spend the points on at least, wasn't it? 5 days until the first ever election. An explosion erupts at the heart of the city. No one wants to deal with it. So they send you, the weakest cleric in Norvik, albeit one with incredible conversational skills. That changes based on your build. It points out your strongest point there. Remember, always play the winning side. Oh, that changed as well. Okay, so there's a little bit. This campaign will take you from levels 1 to 6. We'll play for 5 to 8 sessions. It's been a journey to put this together. I hope you have a good time, Chris. And you're unstable, right? Sure, I'll expect the worst. Go wild, buddy. Because this is very presented as a D&D campaign. Like, look, the first thing we get as a loading screen is the Speak with Dead spell description, and you see what I'm saying about. They could get in trouble for this, I feel like. Let me just move this out of the way so I don't send my can flying, but... Now to spend half an hour browsing through this spell book. I don't think they have trademarks. I'm not accusing them of plagiarism, I'm just curious how close to the written word it cuts. Because I have seen a few bits where I'm like, am I getting in trouble for that? Nope, still on Programmed Illusions. Revivify, oh, that gets referenced soon. Speak with Dead. No, I speak with plants. I mean, it's even got the components, right? Yeah, like components, VSM, brackets, burning, incest, close brackets. It's verbatim. Oh, right. They had like an open source thing where they said like people can use these and you won't get in trouble, didn't they? Yeah, that's right. No, I guess you could call it deregulated content. Like if you use this kind of content, they won't come after you for copyright infringement. And I think most of the basic player handbook falls under that these days, which by default would include most of the basic D&D spells. Which that does explain a heck of a lot. Thanks, Geester. Also, it might be kind of important and relevant that that's cropping up. Little shiny ball. Well, I think you can be pretty much all of those in this game, so you can definitely try and become a wizard. Truth and nothing else, a voice declares. Now I've seen this, like, this is the third time seeing the intro. I actually started to read some stuff into this, but I'll keep it to myself now. What is your name? Ragan. Your name is Ragan. That was yeah, I failed that the very first time I played the game. And in your statement of citizenry, Ragan Hemlin. Ragan? Is that it? Don't think you're called that very often. No, you're not. Which is quite embarrassing when you think about it. Okay, let me see if I can just scooch myself a little bit and I can not cover up so much of the text and it'll still be fine. There we go, that looks more agreeable. Forget I do that and then I immediately lean over, so... Oh, hello, comrade Radiator Ski. I also respond to, hey, you. Ragan. Doesn't sound right. No. No one calls you by your name. Yeah, nobody likes you. Boo-hoo. What? Actually, your real name is Eric. No, hold on. It's C.L. Eric. Or something similar. No, stop this ridiculous behavior. Your name was asked. It is Ragan. Wait. Didn't they used to call you Dickass? Dickass? Oh, hold on. That's not what it was. It was Dickass Rogue. You know, back when you hustled on the streets. Don't bring that up. Jeez. You were like 12. C.L. Eric? That sounds like cleric. Ah, yes. That's what it was. Fool. So my name is... Yes, speak it. Dickass Rogue. No, I'll go with Ragan Hemlin. One of the other ones, I just identified myself as the cleric. The cleric. That was how I introduced myself to everyone. Like, you are a doctor, but I am the doctor vibes, you know? The genuine article, you might say. Factually correct. You answer. Another question from the darkness. What is your occupation? What is this? An interrogation? It's more than darkness. It's nothing. All around you. What's an occupation in this context? Nah, it's just speed of typing and stream delay, Easter, not you being slow. Come on. You don't be hard on yourself. That's my job in co-op. This is for sure about your job. You know, the job. Your class. Tell the voice about your class. Class? What class am I? Upper class. You are a great spellcaster who will rule the world one day. Not sure any answer is good here. Just go with whatever works in the moment. You're a high-class scoundrel, The best of the best. And awful. At everything. I'm a goddamn wizard. I'm a sneaky little rogue. I'm awful at everything. Or nothing. I'm going to be a goddamn wizard because it's actually really, really funny. Because you could just start going around, like, rooting out spells. Gods be damned you are. It takes a while before the next question is posed. What is your current goal? At this point, I was starting to think, are they setting up a Monty Python reference? But then I remembered Speak with Dead allows 5 questions, and this is actually a fairly standard 5 questions you might ask a corpse using Speak with Dead. Baldur's Gate 3 players, you may not have played D&D, but if you play Baldur's Gate 3, you've probably seen Speak with Dead in action. Goal. Would be nice to get out of this dark pit for one. With your gift, you can easily take control one day. The Goblin Chieftain. She needs you. To be fair, that was my constitution saying that. If my charisma was saying that, I'd probably be a bit more worried that might be an ooh la la thing. But with constitution saying it, control. Control of everything. It is what you are made for. Nice. Why all these questions? This fellow wants something. No idea what, though. You should probably lie. Tell him you're collecting taxes or something. That'd be fun. Alright. We can rule the world. I'm a tithe collector. Yeah, that should scare him. No reply. No feedback. Then the voice asks, what is your political affiliation? The question strikes your entire consciousness, sending it spinning. This is a setup. Has to be. It is the Asgarlists. Yes, they are decent. Possibly. It is the duty of the powerful to lead. That is you, no one else. All right, let's try and flesh these out a little bit now. They've got personalities. I can work with this. We've moved beyond the bounds of dictators, but to knees. That's more wisdom, really. We've moved beyond the bounds of dictators. We're free to make our own choices thanks to the revolutionary free striders. Elections are exhausting. There's actually another thing that really resonated with me. They've got like the whole thing, like my body keeps chiming in to say like, elections are boring, elections are exhausting. It's like, that feels like Northwill. It hides in the back of your skull a fact that you are bound to be a nationalist. And it frightens you. The pressure. So we could be the same with nationalists, Asgardists, free striders. I don't know any of these words. I should be in charge as a god, king, wizard, lord, or actually I'm apolitical. I want to be a god, king, wizard, lord. God, king, wizard, lord of the Darkstone Galaxy. Almost. Too many syllables. Once we based our worth on knowledge and ability. It shall come again. The voice is fading. This is the end. The final question. How did you die? Dun, dun, dun. Now's your chance. Break free. I'm not dead. This song, though, oh my god. apples. Updating my journal. Yep, it's a very Planescape opening screen, isn't it? And we're back. A fresh start. A fresh start. Your body aches. It's stiff, as if you've slept for days. Don't sleep in the armor, dumbass. Ready for the quest to continue. A circular stone chamber, storage for apples and corpses. Those piles of apples. Is this Tolstad? And then you can get out, like, this game has, if you can keep passing DCs, there's ridiculous amounts of additional flavor text. This is a very well fleshed out world. Water Lane, the largest trade port in Norvik, located in a massive tunnel piercing the center of Tolstad. It is a so-called marvel of dwarven engineering. Tolstad itself is a sprawling island fortress on one of 5 districts of the city, sits in the middle of the River Torna, home of Jaws Pillar, a sprawling tunnel network, and Water Lane, the greatest trade hub in Ascani. You're in Tolstad right now. Norvik, central city of the Ascani and last bastion of humanity, was founded upon the end of the Reconquest in 468 AE, exactly 7 years ago. The Reconquest, a historical event in Norvik, it began with Earth's landing in 466 AE and is said to have been finished in 468 AE, when Earth finished eradicating the trolls who roamed in the ruins of Tolincatl. It is a point of contention if it should be called a Reconquest or just a Conquest, as no humans had ever lived in the location before. And that's where, like, the Discworldy bits start coming into it in the writing with things like that. Earth, your god. I see. Apples and corpses. Yeah, fuck out of here now. Check my stuff. What stuff? Your hands dart around your pouch and uniform. Putty. Sweat. No spellbook, no mace. Face it, you've been robbed. Your legs shake. Tears begin to form. Deep breaths. Your belongings are surely here somewhere. I've only played around in this area with a couple of different builds. Got to about maybe 12 hours. Oh, I'm covering a clock. I'm going to have to come up here then. There's much that happens over here. Maybe I'll just live up here for tonight. There you go. I'll do. Yeah, because there is a timer and it is important. You have 5 days until the election. And that's the time limit for solving the case. Oh yes, a quest. Earth be blessed. Do I remember anything? Not sure. Do you have some sort of amnesia? No. Just remember it. Your thoughts are scattered, but your memory is intact. Okay, but what's the quest again? You got a job. A tea shop job. Tea shop job? Yep, a tea shop that blew up. Easy job. You'll be done in a day or two. Quest? I like those. They are dangerous. You might not make it. A job? So I've done this before. Well, maybe not this particular type of job. Your previous experience lies more in some basic Earthguard militia service, as well as a few years at the Towers. The Towers, the home base of the Order of Arcane Clerics of Norvik, also known as the OACN. OACN. Nobody calls it that. Rogue sorcery was not your main subject, but yes, you've read a lot about these types of fiery events. They're not too common these days. However, this incident does not appear overly complex. Wait, how much time do I have? Until the election, duh! Which is in 5 days. Time only advances when you make new choices in dialogues. It's D&D Disco Elysium. They actually use like D&D mechanics, like the spell preparation, D20 skill checks, D&D spells. The first thing they show you is Speak with Dead. So to be clear, I need to figure out who blew up some random tea shop, more or less. And all of your D&D stats are your personality traits that chip in with their stuff. But you got like 5 days to do it, so no stress. Charisma. There's also bullshit politics involved here. You'll love it. Yeah, let's finish this job. Damn right, you'll do great. Now get going. All right, but first I feel dizzy. Oh, ow. That was an unlucky roll. I think I got 3 on a D4. Because I've done this start a couple of times, and the other 2 times I did not lose that much health. Ow. The weight of an Uthgard uniform. A dull pain takes hold. Your body aches. Its contents rotting. You must consume an apple now. There are many apples here. And corpses. Corpses? What the hell is this place? Just take it easy. You might have failed at getting the first 2 or 300 people to like you, but you've got 500,000 other folks to fool in this city. It is with the utmost confidence that you know, eventually, someone has to love you. Oh, ouch. If your stats are high or low enough, chimes will appear in your mind. They will suggest, inform, and offer unique paths. Trust them at your own risk. Yes, this is another game where failing skill checks can often result in very entertaining tangents. Love me? Well, let's aim for stand your presence for now. I got 5 XP for that. Yay! I'm so very confused. That's usually the case. Your mind is ungodly powerful. Get yourself together. Just go to work. You know, get shit done. One step at a time. All right, and so we are in. Welcome to Applescape Torment. So if you hold tab, it will show everything you can muck with, but there are things that will pop up when you get near if you've got relevant stats for, you know, little bits of lore and things like that. We have a questing tree. So here's your classes. This is where it tracks what class you think you are, or are trying to be. Yeah, I think I'm in the perfect spot up here, actually. Apparently when you complete branches in this tree, you get traits that you can equip, but for now, so we've got class conflict. As of now, you have said 1 single time that you are a wizard, which you are, despite the get-up. Your true talent lies within the arcane, obviously. I have a wizard count of 1. The tea shop that blew up. Your purpose in Tolstad is to investigate an exploded tea shop, locate this establishment and gain entry. Election week, the first ever election in Norvikian history, will take place in just a few days' time. What will you vote for? Obviously, you're very clear about the fact that you should be the future god wizard king of Norvik. You've said so 1 single time, in real conversations, with real people. Wait, produce food and water is actually a necromancy? I thought it was a conjuration? I'll have a look at this now. I have the book to hand. Oh god. Oh, Conjure Celestial? Yeah, a bit above my pay grade, that one. isn't actually a spell in the player's handbook. What's it called? So there's purify, food and drink, but that's transmutation. Maybe it's a wording difference. Anyway. Ow. Then we have inventory of nothing. However, we do have the helm. Practically your face. Do not take it off. In fact, you cannot take it off. There's the journal. Where all the little random tidbits that you've uncovered will also get stored for later consumption. And the spellbook, in which we have Cure Wounds, but we need to prepare it, and we don't have the options to prepare it yet. Well, it's not... It's unremovable. It is, however, not unchangeable. I know for a fact you can find a bucket. Alright, so we've got... Oh, that's fun as well. Look, yeah, it's Behold, Trifle, and, well... What's it called? Engage. I just like that. Like, look at something is called Behold. And it's like, why don't more games have fun with that? It's always look. Why isn't it Behold? And someone's had to ask that question, why not Behold? And I really, really appreciate that. And now we shall trifle with what we have beheld. And we beheld a garden apple. An apple grown on Tolstad. The colours ripple across the surface. Consuming it will save your soul. Well, we're going to save it for now for reasons. This isn't yours, is it? It's a really nice art style as well. I like the cel-shaded look that they've gone for. Tattered cloak, dexterity, charisma. It's funny in a way as well. Like, this is... I'm trying to try and get my thought in order on this one. Well, Disco Elysium was a spiritual follow-up to Planescape Torment, like, stylistically. And then this game takes elements from Disco Elysium and then takes some elements from Planescape, like this room and stuff like that, blends them together. It's a little surreal, but it's also really nice. The cloak is sprawled upon the iron slab. As you grab it, you immediately feel the dampness spreading into your gloves. Oh. Oh, please don't. This thing is disgusting. Weigh it in your hands. It is heavy. Bring out the water. The filthy liquid falls to the floor of the stony chamber. It is still quite wet. Should I wear this? No. Of course you should wear it. A hood is the perfect tool for any decent rogue or ne'er-do-well. What if it's a little damp? You have to wear it. But I'm not a rogue. I'd rather lean into charisma rather than dexterity, since we went for the crazy, unstable, egomaniac cleric. Sorry, the word I'm not a rogue is not in your vocabulary, actually. Please rephrase. It's not one word, though. So pedantic. So unrefined. Sharp. You'll reach for your fancy red pouch of holding. The cloak easily slips inside into the extra-dimensional space with a satisfying slurp. I really love my pouch of holding. Yes, you are very lucky. This kind of magic item can go upwards of 10,000 crowns. Got one of them in my game. I can make one myself in my game, but it probably wouldn't sell for that much. But now I have a genuine one. I'm funny on Sunday, I'm describing it as, well, you know, I've gone from knockoff to genuine article. Started to embrace the idea that Morthal's turning into kind of like a knockoff inventor. Like, none of it's original, it's all knockoff stuff he's seen somewhere else. Oh, you can cast invisibility. Yeah, I made a knockoff of that. It is not yours, though. It's the city's. You can't just use it for anything. Shut up, it's yours. You can do whatever you want with it. Now go put on your cloak, rob some people, and reallocate some resources. Equipping items temporarily alters your ability scores. I won't be putting that on, though, because it gives you +1 dex at the cost of -1 charisma, so it'd be... That's actually doable. No, it's not. I'd be trading off my +6 modifier to a +5, but then we'd go up to a +5 in dex, and then we're only 1 charisma away from going back up to 6. If I can find something else I can equip with it to counter the charisma debuff, I can equip it, I think, and then we'd be okay. But yeah, again, so on the subject, look, cure wounds. It is literally D&D cure. It feels weird, because now when I look at the screen, I'm looking off the wrong edge of the screen, and it looks weird now, but whatever. It's a thing that bothers me. But yeah, so yeah, like Issa pointed out, they did put out like a open source version of the rules that's okay to use in projects, so... I was a little worried they got carried away with making it like D&D. Stadia, we haven't found the bucket yet. As simple as that, we haven't found the bucket yet. There is one. Alright. Let me behold that. It's lovely. Incense. So what does that do again? Recovers first level spell slots. Beautiful. Oh, and there is actually a short rest option as well. You spend an hour to recover HP, remove a level of exhaustion, and restore a spell slot. And also unlocks all locked dice checks. So that's how short resting works in this game. Oh, hello. Divine scripture where it does not belong. The Shield of Faith spell has now been memorized. Reduces loss of hit points by 1. Or up to an hour as long as I maintain concentration. Cool. Very important piece of paper. A voting card. A scuffed voting card made out to Ragnar Hemlin. It's from a dwarven office for some reason, and someone has checked in all 5 parties on the list. You need to bring this to a polling place on election day if your voice is to be heard. So the implication is that we were so stupid we got confused and checked everybody on our voting card. You pick up the surprisingly thick piece of paper with a shaking hand. The card is slightly torn and has clearly been drenched at some point. On the top it says Rushdkort in big bold lettering. Rushdkort means voting card in fancy Ascani Dwarven. 5 days remaining. Oh right, there's an election. It was nice not to think about it for once. You prepared all your life for this? It's time for change, baby. Useless. We should just get a God King again. Worked great last time. That'd be for the best. Unfortunately, there's no good candidate available. Several people have now immediately identified. I wondered, it seemed like a Scandinavian country from the way the law was written. And the name of the creator as well. How does this thing work? After you pick it up at a district office, you only need to check the box on one of the 5 parties. Then you deliver it on election day to a polling place. Look at that gorgeous art, though, again. Although in your case, you'd need to write the name of the party you want in the corner, along with a signature. Since you filled out every box, like an idiot. If you really believed in democracy, you should make sure not to lose it. Democracy, said to originate from early Arcane-era civilizations in Old Dimenor, it is the rule of the majority. Those with suffrage might vote to enable their preferred government. A truly messy and ineffective process. Alright, list of the parties. Nationalist Party of Norvik. Party of Norvik, the inheritors of Earth's will, a theocratic organization founded to uphold the old ways, headed by magistrates and 20-something noble families. Magistrates, 5 rulers of the 5 districts. They are Coin Lord, Home Lord, Shield Lord, Food Lord, and Law Lord. Each has a unique role in the city's bureaucracy. Sometimes the titles switch between districts, but generally the housing district holds the Home Lord, and the palace holds the Law Lord. Yeah, it's a ridiculous amount of tooltips, but they're all tied to your stats, so you'll see different tidbits of lore become available based on what stats you've got. The Palace, an unofficial nickname for the current rulers of Norvik, named after the Palace District in the most central authority resides. The Palace District, one of 5 districts in Norvik, home of aristocrats, bureaucrats, and the remnants of Earth's court. Okay, Freestrada, Revolutionary Party. Freestrada, the new way. People in the East have overthrown the old wizards and gods. For years, the revolution slowly creeped into the city. Now it's time to finally join the free cities and get rich. So that's what dexterity is all about. What I like as well is your stats each sort of lean different directions politically. Friend keeps telling you on the autism spectrum, you can never tell if they're joking or not. I'm offensive and I found that autistic. Hey Blackbird, how you doing, buddy? Thing is, that one works because that's like that. If you told that at like a stand up to a crowd of autistic people, they'd laugh because they'd be like, "Yep, yep." Can't tell. It gets awkward sometimes. Asgalist. Work. I didn't click on the wizard's thing. Wizard. A book-learned arcane spellcaster. Typically plays jaws strings by memorizing and executing esoteric rituals and chants. Oh, that's the follow-up to Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator. I did see that release, but I got the first one for free on like an Amazon, one of Amazon's freebie game things. I didn't realize I had it, and I was like, I'll give it a try. But I made the mistake of doing it at about 12:30 a.m. while drunk, and I just, what the fuck? I'd seen it in videos, and then I tried to play it while drunk, and it was just like, no, this isn't happening. There's far too much going on. Anyway, book learned arcane spellcaster. Yeah, we read that. Jaw, the name of our realm. Also the name of the legendary wizard who created it. He died during the closing at the end of the Gate era. Gate Era, a period lasting approximately 3,000 years. The first era, named after the many gates opened by Jaw to connect his realm with all others, ended around 2,000 years ago, if you trust modern scholars. Agrarian, rural party, eat more apples, apple boy. Arcanist, Party of Magic. Party of Magic sounds like a hoot. And finally, the last box doesn't say anything. This is where you can input whatever you want, or just leave it empty for a null vote. Oh, what if the twist is we end up being the only vote in the election? Well, that could be a twist, depending on how you've played through the game. Maybe you can just discourage everybody from voting, end up being the only person who votes. The box next to each party is filled in with a smudged checkmark, including the last empty one. Smart move. No one can get mad if you vote for every party. Are these all the parties? No. There are about a dozen other large parties in Norvik.
Most have been subsumed over the last few years, such as the Civic League of Progressives, the Torch Union, Order of the Scales, Hedonist Party, and the various guild parties. The Agrarians and Arcanists are the only ones who have not joined a larger party or fallen aside. Arcanists, the Megocrats who ruled pre-Coast War human civilizations in Old Diminor, also a very minor political party in Norvik. Diminor, the arcane era named for reeds, often referred to as Old Diminor. The name was changed by Free Strider revolutionaries to mark the end of the old Magokra. You heard me. Right, about these apples. They've been appling at me this whole time. I mean, that looks like a zombie up there, but he's chilling out. So, and because we've woken up in a planescape situation, I'm inclined to not immediately be aggressive at all the shuffling dead things that are ignoring me. He's doing something with the apples. This is fine. All right, what have we got here? Divine Shrine covered in apples. The runes fill your senses as you approach. The color is faded. This monument is hollow, void of all life and divinity. And worse, it's covered in rotten apples. A sacred shrine left in this state? It's an insult to Earth and all of his people. Indeed. And yet you are very much aware that this is not the worst you'll see. You'll have to fight hard to keep Earth's dream afloat. This city is lost, but is not yet lost. How poetic. You're also aware this city is very much in need of change. Change from what? An honorable lifestyle? A peaceful city for humans to prosper in? Human. Tall and beautiful, like yourself. Known as the pest of the coast by those who are less inclined to reproduce like rabbits. The coast, also known as Jaws. Oh, wrong voice. The coast, also known as Jaws Realm. It is a strip of land divided into 8 bands. The further inland you go, the closer you get to the infinite wastes. It is theorized to be a ring or a half sphere due to the bend of the horizon. Half sphere! Why don't we see more half sphere worlds? That sounds beautiful. Now, would it be flat side up or flat side down? No. Probably flat side. No, you could flat side. You could take me on that side, and you could have stuff on the underneath as well. It's like, yeah, why not both? Flat and round. Now, what are the infinite wastes? The infinite wastes, starting at approximately 8,000 or so miles from the coast, depending on various factors, this land is inhospitable, unexplorable, and, quite frankly, cursed. Each band has its own flavor of this waste. Change from stagnation and a mar of decay, meanwhile. Earth's crusade brought triumph. The corruption brought after this fall is due to exactly that kind of filthy rhetoric. You're certainly allowed to be wrong in your opinion here. Stop complaining, it won't solve anything. True, but you must stay vigilant. Do not let free striderism destroy your way of life. More light don't stand in the way of your people's prosperity. You stubborn idiot. You greedy filth. It's giving me a headache. Politics is exhausting. I'm going to remove the apples, because I am a good cleric. It does not take long for you to move some of the nasty apples away from the front of the shrine. A small improvement, but big in the heart. I like how all the stats are characterized. Like they've got very strong and distinct personalities. These old things are still around, huh? A remnant of blindness and decay. Hard to let go of old national pride. But progress will always lead the way. These rare? No, you'll find shrines like this all over Norvik. That is such a DM response. It's like, please stop paying attention to this. It's not that interesting. Those moments when the DM's like, why? Why have they decided this must be special? We've definitely wasted more than a few hours in those situations. Can I pray here? To what example? Is it a waste of time? Yes, a waste, nothing else. You may pray as you wish. Alright. Shrine towers over you. Cast spells, you must first prepare them at shrines. Prepared spells must be cast when the cleric has reason to do so, either in or out of dialogue. So if we click prepare spells, then there's our spell slots. And then here we can prepare cure wounds, shield of faith, and we're done. Oh, here we are. Here's what I was looking for. We'll do that in a second. What other gods are there? Many. You know a few. Oh, there's one here that I haven't seen before. So I've gone through this twice in the last 48 hours as two different classes. Lady Fair was not an option for either of them. Actually, Elysium the Mender wasn't either. Huh. Earth, father of Norvik. You have devoted your life to follow in his footsteps. Elysium the Mender? A real lady, this Mender. You've heard the stories. Beautiful, terrifying. All the elf stereotypes rolled into one. They say a look from her could turn a man's heart until his dying breath. Although most men have a story like that, so it's probably more a woman thing than an elf goddess thing. She would not respond even if you had something to tell her. She's mostly known around these parts as that crazy witch that broke in and charmed 100 warriors back in the day. It's a classic tale. Earth had a nice chat with her and everything was fine. Earth and Elysium stayed away from each other's business, officially at least. Elysium, an ancient elven empire, now a shell of its former self, once ruled by Elysium the Mender, a walking god who signed a treaty with Earth. Their great woodslands stand at the border between Ascan and Reeds. Reeds, one of the 8 bands along the coast. It is a you pick this class, folks. This is why we're getting all the options. Well, non-stop pick this class. with some quality stealing. Everyone was so focused on trying to troll for a draw that they didn't see non-stop stealing the vote. I think that was just before it closed. I think I saw one of them. People going like, "Oh crap!" Just started spamming one to try and beat it. Yes, temperate land of lowland and many lakes, commonly seen as the homeland of humans. Large portions are still cursed, holding entire undead cities, eternally burning valleys, and floating mountains. Band, an esoteric divide splits the circular coast of Jaw into 8 geographic regions, commonly known as bands. Each band has unique esoteric and natural traits and stretches from the coast to the infinite wastes. So you'll see the word esoteric a lot in this game. It's not been defined yet, but literally the best way to think about it is wibbly wobbly magicy wagicky thing. Because that's basically anything that's a vaguely weird magic, they just call it esoteric. So it's a big catch-all term for like weird magical stuff. She died a couple of decades before Earth did. Nowadays, the elves are a bit more expansionistic. Tokig the Gambler. A trickster. The type of god only famous for his ridiculous ploys. Praying to Tokig would, if you for some reason would get a response, only respond in the exact opposite of whatever you wanted. Actually, there's some dialogue missing there as well. He's worshipped by goblins, which you can find out in that dialogue if you have other stats. So, if you're wondering if your stats have any particular impact, I'm seeing quite a big difference in things. Like Elysium Amenda and Lady Fair are both new for this particular build. And there is one that is not here that I had available as the other two I tried. Anyway, Lady Fair. The Halfling deity of Ascan. But she only had that divine spark for a few days before being slain. It's that era of Forgotten Realms, is it? Hey, there's a new god, and they died. Hey, there's a new god, and they died. All the gods are mortal now, and they died. The gods are back again, and they're dead.
Now they're back wearing a few different mustaches and nobody seems to have noticed. It said she led 5,000 halflings through the snowy hills filled with foul foes. Never once were they spotted. I'm afraid you're not too familiar with the Ford Nips goddess, or how to pray to her. These are not actual gods, are they? No, not gods technically. It's complicated. In short, gods weren't allowed on Jaws' turf, so they sent subsidiaries. Something like that, yes. It's actually, I could probably just move myself back down there. The time is not super critical to see. It's just weirding me out being up there now. Oh, for God's sake. Yeah, there we go. Boom. Oh, good there. I'm covering up dialogue options. I'll do. And I'm not even blocking the HP. So, one big scheme of influence. Absolute genius. A ruse played by powers in the beyond. Ridiculous. Alright, I'm done. Can I heal here through divine assurance or something? Yes? Possibly? How the gods are kind to you? Do you think they care? If you want to heal, it should be more skeletal. I feel like intelligence should be more skeletal-y. It's like, do you think they care? If you want healing, you'll have to do it yourself. Yeah, He-Man. Oh yeah, what's the date? I've got a t-shirt. Speaking of skeletal, 5th of March. I think my t-shirt got posted out a couple of days ago. I should have a Skeletor t-shirt sometime. Probably next week, I think, given it's Friday tomorrow. I've been on QWERTY again. Okay, so we can attempt a prayer of healing, which is it's a 13 DC, which we've reduced because we've removed the apples. Worth a try. Oh! You focus your mind on Earth's symbol, his red eye. You recite a few words of remembrance before you sense the channeled strings around the shrine. They converge upon you. Mend you. That's something. Sure is, but you sense there's something you've missed. What were those words, the ones you learned in the towers? Oh, right. Can we just do it again? Damn it, we need to wait for that to unlock. We can do it, but we can't do it right this second. That's not a problem. You can get a spell out of there if you pass the check. I remember that. This is where you can just sort of check your progress on a bunch of things, sort of give you ideas of how you're progressing and how you might go next. I'm done here. All right, these apples. It's a pile of apples. Let's engage the pile of apples. You stare at a pile of apples. Walk away. If you know what's good for you. These apples are not in pristine condition. I feel bad about that voice already. Whose apples are these? The only apple farm in Norvik would be the Goblin Garden. These apples are property of the HBWT. Goblin Garden, a dwarven-built citadel sitting at the southernmost tip of Stolstad. It is now a goblin sanctuary and greenhouse. Should these be stored alongside corpses? No, it's a health hazard. Of course not. It's nasty. Could I eat my way through this pile of apples? Should we eat some more apples, apple boy chat? Because one of the builds is Beefy Cleric, and the tagline for the Beefy Cleric is "Eat more apples, apple boy." I think we're going to try and eat these apples. It's not really a question of could. It is a question of do you have the time? As well as will your stomach survive the ordeal? No. You are not capable of carrying such a tremendous burden. It would lead to death.
Don't waste your time here. At very least, don't eat the less fresh ones. Please don't. You're not the apple boy anymore.
Oof, -2, DC 12. That's a lot of apple. Yeah. Beware. I'm going to remove the bad apples first. That didn't work. A few, but okay. I mean, I've improved the odds. Eat. Oh no, that's not gonna do it. You look upon this challenge with fear in your stomach. This'll be your end. Dig it in. First apple goes down the hatch. Going smooth so far. Maybe this'll be easy. Another one. Press on. Number 2 goes well. At first. Then you feel something rumbling. Oh no. 1 on a D4 is good though. Eat a third. A rotten core. And something hard. Yeah, this was a mistake. Could be something good in the pile. Keep it up. Next one. Keep eating. Your stomach fights against your hands as you bite down on the apple. One more should be fine. I will surely be rewarded for this. And that just killed me. I'm okay, but now I'm exhausted. That's not so good. Apple overdose. Dangerous stuff. Oh, no such thing. Come on. You glance at the pile, realizing that you've just scratched the surface of this rotten apple heaven. Rotten apple juice dripping down the inside of your helmet. Wait, how are you eating these? Are you just shoving them in from below? A fine way to dine. Your thoughts are interrupted by the sound of something light and hard hitting the ground. A small sharp rock. Shiny stone? That's decent loot, take it. It come from one of the apples? How queer. You got a strange rock. As you weigh it in your hand, a tingle shoots up your arm. Feels funny, careful. These rare shards of jaw can be consumed to unlock failed ability checks. Normally, checks are only unlocked upon the completion of a short or long rest. Could actually reattempt that with advantage to succeed. I think there is something for getting all the way through them. Let's see if I can heal. We should be able to unlock that with the bonus now. Yeah, there we go. No whammies. Whammies. How do I remove exhaustion? Yeah, I need... whatever. Forgotten how I remove exhaustion. Eat more apples, apple boy. Oh yeah, first level spell slots. That's a decent apple. I got all my health back though, so that's good. Oh, where'd the apple go? Must trifle with this. There we go. I can't remember how to remove exhaustion. Ah, there we go. Well, it's not good to waste that already, but I do not want a -1 for the rest of the bloody session just for that. So I nearly died by apple. That was close. There was death saving throws. Right, now we do it for real. Huzzah! You focus your mind on Earth's symbol, his red eye, and you remember the words. Watch upon me, Earth, shepherd of his folk. You're filled with spirit of nostalgia and power. Let me pick up the burden, lend me your strength. That was a waste of HP. Prayer of healing. Yes, indeed. Unfortunately, we're not high enough level to cast second level spells, but it won't be long. Everything else is equipped though, so now we've learned Prayer of Healing, which is a group heal spell for up to 6 people. Right, I believe we can finish this. Look, they already killed me once. Yeah, it's a DC 5. I mean, even with a -2, that's good odds. And we have advantage. Apple Boy reigns supreme. You look upon this challenge with determination. Your stomach is empty. Dig in. Dig it in. The first apple goes down the hatch. Going smooth so far. Another one. You just found out that the creator of this game doesn't live far from you? Fun! Number 2 goes well. You chew it in peace. Now the third. Yep, sure was an apple. Going smooth so far. Next one. Oh, this one was harder. Your stomach farts the taste. Get it difficult. One more should be fine. This is the limit. As you chow down on the apple, you feel your jaw rate and shake. Apple overdose. Dangerous stuff. No such thing, come on. You feel refreshed. For a moment at least. A pile of apples towers over you still. You've barely made a dent. Yeah, so why did you do this again? Yes. Eat the apple, apple boy. Feel sick? As you feel sick, you see something sticking out of the pile of apples. A piece of paper? No. It is a spell scroll. Yes, that was it. Lucky bastard, those are worth a fortune, relatively speaking. It is Dancing Light, a versatile cantrip that can be used to light up your surroundings at will. You'll quickly memorize the spell, consuming it into your psyche, as you always do. Some people at the towers used to fear your innate power to master magic like that, which is understandable. It's pretty terrifying. Sell it and buy some apples. Cantrips are spells that can be cast at will outside of dialogues. Yeah, I mean, this game's got, it's like a D&D, solo D&D experience. It's actually kind of crazy. Very cool. Dancing lights. I think we've appled enough for now. What's going on with this zombie? Oh, I know what I've got to do. Yeah, there was a body here, wasn't there? That seems more relevant than the moving thing. It's a corpse under a blanket. Ooh, got an apple. Some crowns. Nice. You stare at a blue rag. It's draped over the outline of a someone. Human, male, over 40. Sir, you can't sleep down here. No response. Give it up. Nothing to gain here. Curious behavior to lie perfectly still under a blanket like this. Perhaps he requires assistance. Please don't ignore me. A silent treatment, huh? Funny. Stop this idiotic behavior. If you wish to commune with the corpse in a meaningful way, I suggest Speak with Dead. Speak with Dead is a 3rd level necromantic spell. It allows you to animate a spirit with a corpse and have it answer 5 questions, as long as that corpse retains a suitable vessel. That mainly boils down to still having some sort of mouth, including a functioning jaw. No breathing, no movements, nothing. Oh, he's dead. No shit. A true statement. Actually check under the rag. Underneath, you find the cold corpse of a human. Looks
looking over him, you find hair, pale skin. He's got a beard too.
See, that's always the thing. Like in D&D, like everybody likes it when they win a roll, don't they? But I always think what you really should do if you want to sell like immersion is you've got to have a little something for when the fails happen, like a little comment, like this is definitely a door. I think it's made of wood, you know. So you gotta have a little goofy thing for the fails, especially when you're live streaming it, because that's a different kettle of fish from playing privately.
And he was alive once.
Yeah, you see, like, this corpse used to be alive. That is exactly that's a Nat 1 response right there.
Mid-40s, factory worker, has canny blood. His complexion shows nearly no decay, most likely after the effect of a preserving spell. Yeah, this guy looks fresh, like he could just sit up and talk to you.
Okay, we can examine him closer, and we've got a better than average chance. Oh, just play this out. I'm good with corpses, right?
What do you mean?
Like, I've been trained to handle them, right?
You do not have the training to handle them, no. But of course, you do have the skills to draw basic conclusions, so go ahead.
So I can be mostly dealt with paperwork. A hero's not afraid of getting his hands bloody. Got it. I'm a master of corpse craft.
Perhaps one day.
But now... Oh, it changed. Be careful you don't know what you're doing. I think my intelligence is too high this time round. When I had a low intelligence go of this, I got a DC reduction for believing in my non-existent skills. I'm failing a bunch of stuff. Yeah, failing lockpicking to realise it's a pull door instead of a push. There we go. You even get a pleasing D20 roll to watch for the sudden.
There's something wrong here. This is no regular gentle repose. A second-level necromancy spell which keeps a corpse fresh from decaying. Look close, but do not move the corpse.
Lead in, look closer.
Signs of being either a hard worker or a careless worker litter his skin. Cause of death appears to be not directly visible. No blunt trauma either. Considering his age and the shape of his body, this man most likely died of a common disease or internal failure.
Man, we are like Sherlock in this. That's pretty broad and vague.
Unless you're willing to start cutting, that's all you'll get. Except...
What?
There's also a marking on the right leg, a circle with a cross inside it. You recall that this marking is PR, potential revivification.
Oh right, this guy can be revived?
Seems so. He most likely died during care and was granted immediate gentle repose. However, he clearly did not have an RF, a revive fund, nor did he have family or members with enough ready cash.
RF? Revive fund, yes, we know that.
Revive fund, type of life insurance. Monthly payments are made into an account that can be used to pay for the resurrection of the fallen holder, given that they're under the age of 75, human scale.
And this is where I really started to fall in love with this game, is like when you really get into the nitty gritty of what are the economics of a world that has resurrection available to some degree, even if it's the lower level resurrections. It's like, yeah, like D&D is often you've got to seek out a temple and it's usually really expensive and you need rare items and some dice rolls will be involved. But that's for the players. Like, the world still goes on around without that stuff.
Resurrection is the act of returning a dead person back to life. There are many spells that do this, from a weak revivify to the legendary true resurrection. Revivify is a third-level necromancy spell. If used within 60 seconds of death and the body isn't too ruined, a target is brought back to life. Or perhaps he was just an unlikable fellow, who knows?
Fair enough. Cover up the corpse once more, so I could cast Revivify on this guy.
Potentially, yes. Although the question is more akin to why should you? A third level spell slot is a valuable resource. Why waste it on some blue-collar corpse?
It's okay to loot him, right?
Yeah, why not?
In fact, loot everything. Not like the guy will complain, but don't go around talking about it too loud, okay?
Grave robbing is frowned upon by some, even in these enlightened times. Either way, you'll not get in any trouble. No one will know.
Who was this guy?
This is a dead working man, the type to spend his whole life toiling away for nothing.
Oh, was he here?
This is a morgue, a lich house, clearly. A lich house, a mortuary, a holding space for dead bodies. During times of undeath, they are known to be heavily guarded.
The apples make it hard to believe, but yeah. Must have been one hell of a deal to put those two together. I should stop bothering the corpse now. Right, yeah, and there's the moving corpse over here. There's also stuff beyond him. Look, if you use the highlight button. Oh yeah, stuff. Things. Hello, sir. What are you? Let us behold him. It's a guy. He looks indecisive. We could attempt to pickpocket his wisdom tooth. It's a DC 15. I know I've got. Dex, where's my character sheet? I get a +4 on a DC 15. I mean, it's not great. Better than average, though. Well, let's just engage with the zombie. You approach a shambling man by the apple pile. He does not acknowledge your presence. Greetings, citizen. Glancing under his hood, you catch a blank expression spread upon a dried face.
It's a dead guy? Damn.
Try not to get bit. What's your name, sir? He does not even turn to look at you. Identify yourself, citizen.
This is a reanimated corpse. Probably a work zombie, although it has been illegal to employ undead since the Bone Purge of 11. Bone Purge was a citywide effort in 11 PE to stop necromancers from outcompeting mortal-staffed factories. Again, an actual concern in these kind of fantasy environments is like, are the undead zombies that the necromancer's providing putting too many people out of work? More news at 11. Sir, are you a member of the undead? He does not respond. Not even a groan? How disappointing. What's he doing? He seems to be fussing over the apples or something. Hard worker. Respect. I found a voting card over there. Is it yours? The zombie does not even grunt in your direction. He just keeps working. Slowly. You grip the voting card firmly in your gloved hand. It is indeed yours. Keep it safe. You're very rude. Did you know that? Thinking of voting for the nationalists. Free Strider Revolution will be good for the city. We need to establish an Asgalist movement. It's the only way for us average peasants to not fall back into the oppression of feudalism, or worse, magocracy. Everything surrounding this so-called democratic process is madness. Everyone should just vote for me to be their god wizard king. That way, I can solve all their problems through magical dictatorship. It is a naive thought, but in all honesty, there is no other good way forward.
I have now become an Arcanist. I now gain multiplicative XP if I keep choosing that stance. So it motivates you to stick to a certain, whatever kind of bit you're going through for your character. It motivates you to stick with it by giving you multiplying XP. The zombie does not object to your campaign speech. In fact, the zombie does not react at all. Am I boring you? The zombie carefully places another apple at the top of the pile. Should I defeat this zombie? That'd be pretty scary.
You should probably speak with the owner first.
Guy's not harming anyone. Honestly, he's probably a more productive member of society than you. No offense. Oh, yeah, so it hasn't said it yet, but if an option is underlined, it means it's a risky option. We're just going to leave the zombie for now. He's chilling. He's not bothered us. He's let us go about our business. He hasn't even told us to get stuffed. Also, behind him is a dungeon filled with traps because I got down there in the demo and ouch. Nearly got killed on some stairs by a tripwire. Nearly got killed by a skeleton. Nearly got killed by a gelatinous cube. Then got set on fire by a book that was an illusion. So that was my demo experience with my first character. The gelatinous cube encounter was fantastic, by the way. It reminded me, we really haven't had many gelatinous cube encounters in D&D games in a while. Did BG3 have one? I don't think it did. My character was the one that you voted for non-stop is this one here. 6 strength, so that's a -2 modifier for strength. We've got 15 dex +4. 6 constitution, -2. That's actually quite impressive then that we did the apple eating as well as we did. Oh yeah, it did, Keister. I remember being like, yay! It's a fun hazard, and this game uses it quite well because it actually does. It even tricks the player. It's not, you don't actually get a moment. If you quick weird and you know quickly what's up with that weird area, then you might be like, oh, okay. But if not, you're just like, well, that's odd. That's odd. And then you figure out what's happened, and then the reveal happens. And you're like, oh, back off, back the hell off. Right, Eldritch, yeah. I've heard that given as a tip for players many a time. Right, anyway, we going up? Welcome to Viskin's lair in Upper Tolstad. Good morning, cleric. I think they're trying to make a sequel, aren't they? I'm sure I heard something like it got a green light, but I don't know. And then, looking inside, you find this pot to be empty. Must contain strange herbs or ashes. This one does not. Those fear. We must grow sturdier. You hedonistic fool. Pray the stomach dies and lets the mind work without its poisonous influence. The stomach will not let me look. Oh, that'd be a fun way to do it, Keister, yeah. Yeah, there's a dead guy over here. Your fate's one day. Thank you for providing to the church, sir. I will collect your death tithe now. Those slabs are designed to slide along the iron beams. Interesting. Alright, what do we got? Wait, is that... It's a ruined prayer book. The book is ruined. Most of the pages, while dry now, have been completely drenched. In salt water. It's absolutely and completely ruined. Only a few pages of the soggy brackenish papyrus pages are readable. They appear to contain some type of indecipherable symbols. Ascani writing of the most basic kind. Wait. Oh, no. Someone has attempted to dry this to the best of their ability. No, no, no. By Earth. This is your prayer book. So many hours wasted. You would have to rebind the whole thing. It is ruined. That'll be expensive. Let's get your hands on a new one instead. Yoink. Manual for Esoteric Geometry. I know this already. Also, kobold with a crossbow over there. Thick tome on an iron slab. Let's have a read. You flip the tome open. There are fine handwritten letters scattered across the pages. You can read these symbols, but they are in Old Draconic Dimenorian. Dimenorian is the common language of man, spread across the coast during the Arcane Era to become the lingua dominans in trade and politics. The Arcane Era was 511 years of rapid magical technological growth, as well as the birth and death of the great human magocracies in Dimenor. Now reads, ended 27 years ago. Ooh, okay, that's quite recent for something called the Arcane Era to have ended. Which means the mages have had their downfall. I think that got mentioned as happening about 7 years ago, probably. De verbis draconum, ars occulta. These words should translate into something akin to occult dragon speech. The author's name appears to be Calum Dimenori. Dimenori, one of the most powerful megocratic families in Old Dimenor, known for their reality-warping artifacts and enchantments, spawned from the Drake Slayer King Dug Dulin Dim. Old Dimenor, a term for Dimenor, often used to refer to the band before it was renamed Reeds during the end of the Coast War capitulation agreements. Some say it was sarcasm, some say it with pride, some say it with fear. Coast War. Like, again, I love this. Like, the way they've used, they make the lore unlock stat checks as well. So, like, you know, I think it's passive, though. So, like, your charisma is above 10, you unlock it. It's not actually rolling dice for these. But I think that's a nice way to do lore unlocking via stats, and then different stats will give you different insights into the lore. It's easy to see how this has more written words than the full Lord of the Rings books. Fall of Tharzan. I'm going to start skipping the lore stuff, I think, though, in the interests of actually being able to get some stuff done in game. Also, however, the word Haggin Shags has just appeared, and I can't just ignore that, so... Hagen Dim Coalition, the united magocracy of the Hagging Shags and Dimenori. This was arguably the most powerful of the Arcanist states, said to rival the strength of warfare during the Gate Era conflicts. Their merger is considered one of the first bricks laid on the road to the Coast War. Hagging Shags. Hagging Shags, one of the most powerful magicratic families in Old Dimenor, known for their potions and necromancy, spawned from the seed of the Shadow God, a god and theocratic ruler of the Divine Era. I'm just clicking them for the journal at this point. Right, Old Draconic. Yeah, Dragon Masters of Old Dimenor. They changed the name because, well, the entire band was pretty fucked up after the Coast War. Even though anyone who uses this term for anything modern is either an anti-free strider or lives under a rock. Humans served them faithfully for centuries before the Arcanists rose up against them. Could I translate this? No. Not without many weeks of study. You were not trained in Draconic at the Towers. You skipped those classes. Why learn languages when you can learn to use magic? Ah, need to get my hands on comprehend languages. You do. It's highly annoying that you seem to have lost your memorization. Alright, leaving the tome alone. Too much reading. Well, let's just engage with them then. So many books, basic manuals, Arcanist histories, novels. Some of them stand out to you as classics. It could be useful to refresh your mind. The books taunt you, bookishly. That one tickled me as well when I first encountered it. The books taunt you bookishly. So, readers, books do taunt you bookishly, don't they? That is exactly what they do. They just sit there on the shelf, all book-like. Taunt you bookishly. Say, hey, what's the matter? Were we too much book for you to handle? Why haven't you read us yet? Read Autobiography Prax by Lord Phileas Prax. A classic? You kept this book on your bedside table for years during your scribing years. Take a look at the first page. In these pages, I shall endeavor to recount the journey of a mind born of greatness, a will tempered by the crucible of ambition, and a spirit bound to the relentless pursuit of the arcane. My name is Phileas Prax. Phileas Prax, a magicrat and arcanist of the highest order, led one of the longest-lasting and autocratic empires of old Dimenor and founded House Prax, most infamous for creating the Cursed Lands. Cursed Lands were 50,000 square miles, cursed to forever stand as an esoteric gateway to a pure negative energy plane. For scale, that's about the size of the entirety of the land today, held by the Norvikian city-state. Jesus. I don't think so. Yeah, okay. He doesn't sound like a good guy. Sounds like a bit like the Shadowlands in Baldur's Gate 3, right? Or maybe the Underdark. Goes on to make grandiose statements on his personal abilities of magic. Know this. I write not for the masses, but for the few who possess the clarity of vision to see beyond the veil of mediocrity. To them, I offer my life as a lesson and a legacy, that they might learn from my triumphs and avoid the pitfalls that lie in wait for the unwary. So this is the problem when I stream these kind of games, is the writing is so good, I really want to do like voice acting for most of it, which means we move at the rate of about 3 screens an hour. That's quite fast. It's actually been 2 hours and I've just left the starting screen. But that's fine by me. I'm having fun. This one was more like, I just want to showcase the game. It's not necessarily about... The less I show is almost better in a way, because that way you can all watch it. And it's not going to impact like your potential playthroughs too much. You see no problem with this, that's fine. It's just I always like overthinking things, so it's like my brain like, god damn it, it's like 2 hours, we've just left the first screen, but it was fun. There was so much to do. You remember the first chapters dealing with his youth. It's also really good. It's like, it's really good writing. It's well written. It's long. It all makes sense. It just, the bits of it are presented in ways that I find it slotting together very nicely, and my brain is able to assimilate the information. Like sometimes the game's lore dump on you and will build lots, and you can throw lots of stuff on you. It's like, and that. Okay. This kind of clicks together a lot more. I don't know. Probably because it's like a single writer rather than lots of different writers who worked on different things. Like this is all written by a single person, which means it's very internally coherent. To crib from Disco Elysium, internally coherent. Yeah. God, I love that game. I'm glad we're getting the next generation of Disco Elysium type games now. I will probably be checking out a whole bunch of them because, yeah, that Disco Elysium was a damn special game for me. How he struggles against relentless opposition and bullying. Power is not born of blood, nor inherited by the fortune of birthright. It is cultivated in the crucible of the mind, refined by the fires of discipline, and sharpened by the relentless pursuit of knowledge. Let those who seek to rule first learn to kneel before the altar of wisdom, for it is there that true strength is forged. A glorious design. Let those who learn lead, through merit of ability, and nothing else. I really dig this idea. Of course you do. You're a wizard after all. The art style isn't vibing. That's, you know, that's going to be an individual thing. The world would be better if I ruled it like Prax did. Yes, it would. Flip to the pages. Ooh, we got 15 XP. Ah, because I became even more of an Arcanist. I now get 5 times 3 XP because I've taken Arcanist stance 3 times in a row. So we're now starting to multiply XP, and XP means levels. Actually reminds me of Tintin. Because I'm of a certain age. The art style reminds me of like the old Tintin comic books. In the second half, Prax begins to talk about his early political career, the intricacies of majorcratic bureaucracy, how he learned to play the game well enough for himself to reach a dictatorship as the youngest majorcratic ruler ever. Oh, that's such a path for the player to try and take. It's always been hard to read a person through pages. This dude is clearly dancing around his massive ego. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Impressive, even. I actually like this, like the art for all the stats. I love it. The charisma, like charisma. Okay, I'm not a face. I get because yes, charisma. I guess the hand. I don't know. I don't really get the hands, but it looks great, and I'm just like, I just sort of accepted it because I was like, yeah, no, I accept that as charisma. Tintin, that's a name I haven't heard in a fortnight. As I say, people of a certain age, because I know there's a lot of you in my audience. Too neon lit, you love disco for the depth of colour, the shades. That's fair. So, for you, the art style is an important part of what you're looking for in Disco Elysium. I'm looking at chat, but yeah, the art style is an important part of what you're looking for in a Disco Elysium game, then I guess. Have you tried the Zero Parades demo? That's very definitely the art style. The esoteric in its purest form is neither good nor evil. It is a tool, a force to be wielded by those with the intellect to do so. Yet, let us not be so naive as to think that power alone grants one the right to rule. The Arcanist must also be a statesman, for the whims of unchecked magic can lead even the wisest astray. Govern with an iron hand, but let that hand be guided by the principles of reason and justice. Thus shall the state prosper, and thus shall the legacy of the majocracy endure. I just loved it at Wolfboard. I had a meltdown at a guy who was in some kind of paralytic coma. Shook him around, ranting at him to give me my assignment. Threw him on the ground and told him he could stay there. All from a failed roll. So that was very entertaining. I was like, well, it feels very Disco Elysium, but it's also going to, because it's Esoteric, and they're going to want to try and copy Disco Elysium as closely as they can, while still, you know, it's got to be a different game, but it's not going to make too many deviations from how Disco Elysium looked, sounded, or played. As we see, like, that's one of the first things that happens in the game. And let's not forget, Disco Elysium is the game where you can have a heart attack and die within the first 5 seconds. Which is, again, that was when I fell in love with Disco Elysium, because that happened to me. That was my first experience with the game. I made my own character. He had 1 health. I tried to get the tie, immediately died. I was like, I see. I was like, oh, it's got health, but I've heard this game doesn't have combat. That won't matter. It must just be a thing, just for the flavor. It's like, nope. Okay, where are we at?
In the halls of power, the arcane shall be our shield and our sword. Yet remember this, the Arcanist's duty is not only to himself, but to the state and its people. For in the endless pursuit of knowledge, one must not forget the price of ignorance. A vigilant mind is the guardian of civilization, and a vigilant state the fortress of progress. Let no shadow fall upon our vigilance, for in the light of our knowledge lies the path to true dominion.
Damn, I'm actually liking this voice I've come up with for this one.
Shield, a first level abjuration spell, can be cast as a reaction to
Not probably the right context, but thanks, intelligence. Also, shield is damn good. One of the best D&D spells. As a reaction. Like, that is absolutely the best way to annoy your DM. Wait till he pulls out an amazing move that just hit, and then use shield to make it not quite hit. Oh, it's beautiful when it works. Final parts of the biography focus on the ever deeper and more rambling side of ruling. Actually, yeah, this character did not... There was a bunch of other little wisdom insights that can come when you read this book. This character didn't get them. There's way too much reading. Why would you open a book, then? Autobiography Prax. Folktales by the Troll Sisters. I mean, of course I'm going to click on everything. There's lots to do. But we're coming up to two very fun characters. Also, the other good thing is, I guess because I streamed on GOG yesterday, my brain was like, oh, shit, it's nearly 3 hours. I've wasted most of the stream already. But no, it's my channel. I can stream as long as I fucking want. And we've still got, like, hours to go. So it's all good. My brain just briefly went into, like, streaming on GOG mode.
These stories shape reality, for the mind does not distinguish a tale from a real-life lesson. They are but the same.
Look at his badass little page collar going on here. Like, I love it. It's such good art. Out of the tales, you see the one you remember the most, the one about the gnome and the Titan.
Titans are gigantic creatures who first inhabited and shaped Jaws' realm.
Read a little
And the large.
In the old days, when dragons ruled the skies and titans wandered the earth, there lived a gnome named Abacus, known far and wide as a half-wit. Whether by fate or folly, he often found himself in the oddest of places, and so it was that he stumbled into a deep valley of Ascan. This valley was home to Kai Moor, the Mist Titan, a colossal being with fur as thick as the ancient forests and limbs that clutched the very mountains. His upper body was hidden in, or perhaps made of, the swirling mists that filled the valley. But on this day, the valley was not the serene refuge it had once been. The air was thick with ash, the rivers ran black, and the trees stood as charred husks. Asuth, the ancient red dragon, had set the forests aflame, hoping to drive Kari Moor from his domain and claim the fertile valley for himself.
Asuth is the red dragon of Ascan. His rise to power through trickery and betrayal is legendary, as is his fall to Abacus the Half-Wit and the Mist Titan. Rumors say his spirit still haunts the ever-lit Burned Coast to this day. The Burned Coast being, of course, as you already know, a vast piece of coastline, because we would already know this, otherwise we can't have this information presented to us, but a vast piece of coastline just east of Norvik. It's a charred area filled with volcanic activity and kobolds. It's one of many eternally cursed lands on the coast. It's nearly impossible to travel to Reeds via land because of this area.
I think we already got Reeds, didn't we? The leftovers.
The centre of the Coast War, which ripped the entire band apart. Today, it's a shining beacon of everything modern and pretty and new and so on. Anyway, Kai Moore was furious, his great form trembling with rage as he searched for the source of the destruction. His eyes fell upon Abacus, who was wandering aimlessly, his tiny mind more puzzled by the sudden darkness than anything else. To think that the coast was filled with these beasts of Jor at one point. They reigned harshly and wildly, but it's not hard to see why some preferred their chaotic dominance to the tyranny of dragons. Verses. Thriklum Chum. Who dares bring fire to where none should come? Ashes taint my sacred mist speak, small one, lest you be missed. Abacus looked up, squinting through the fog, and scratched his head. Fire? No, I've no fire to share, no flame do I bring, nor ash to bear. For in the dark I see clear as day. 'Tis those who can't that need the flame, they say. Thriklum Chum, what nonsense from your tongue does come? Who is it that needs this blaze, that blackens my mist and dims my days? Well, question thee, who needs a flame to light their path and stoke their claim? Perhaps it is Ether, the king, whose fires to your valley bring. Thriklum Chum, the dragon's days are surely done. Guide me, gnome, to where he lies. Together we shall dim his skies. Story goes on to wax about the friendships sparked between this eldritch titan and the silly little gnome as they sought out Esoth on his throne. The ancient red dragon then falls to the titan's might after Abacus accidentally guides him to the correct location. Accidentally to the correct location. Gotta love it. Defeat through dumb luckery. One of these classic stories every child in Ascan is told growing up. It is important to remember that this is an oral tale passed down over generations. This is simply the shape in which it was written down. Who knows how exactly it functioned in its original state? You shut it, looking upon the title once more. Woohoo! Gotta commit to the bit at that point, haven't you? Folk tales. Woohoo! Oh no, my follower count. No, I'm sorry. Read Collected Chants of Norvik by Patriarch Pili. This is a printed edition of Pili's work, but still old. Probably came from the earliest Norvikian printers. On the first page, a short message is hand-scribbled in the corner. My belief lay in the collected humanity of Norvik. May you remember that from this collection, with honor and grace, Pili D. Is this a handwritten message from the second patriarch himself? Patriarchs are a top clerical rank in Norvik. Different from Lord Patriarch, which is the traditional administrative leader of the city, only about a dozen men currently hold the rank. They manage a section of clerics, each at the towers. You'll be astonished, probably, to see that it is only 10:30 in the morning, and 1 hour of that was a short rest I took because I kind of nearly death by appled. You feel faint. Are you even able to hold such an artifact? Fascinating to think the Pale Man held such a treasure on his shelf. Let's read the foreword. A dream of unity under Earth. That's an Earth. I kind of see what he did there with that name. But Earth's a god anyway. The book begins with a lengthy essay about the foundation of Norvikian cultural values. It's really like a guide, if anything, on what a Norvikian person is, how their values came from various tribes in the old country, and how together they have formed something greater under Earth. It's standard country formation sort of origin tales, I guess. The text directly explains how a new Norvikian culture will help the city grow and fight against inequity and justice through unity. Mainly by being generous and not hoarding wealth, among other things. Naive thought. Then finally, it does touch upon the connection with dwarves as well, and how the Norvikian spirit is not contained within humans only. It is not just blood, it is sweat and tears as well. Those folk who unite with us will not be seen as an other. No, they too are Earth's folk. They too are Earth's god. It's really good, Lacosta. I would say give it a chance. I'm 3 hours in, and I've only just left the first screen, mostly because I'm doing a lot of narrating and reading out and doing voice acting and going through, I'm clicking all the things. I think it's really good. Now, there is zero voice acting, which is one thing. So that matters for some people, that doesn't for others. So that's a point. Art style is as you see. I mean, again, you're either going to be like, I like that art style, or it's not going to work for you. So far, I think the writing is really good. It's very witty. There's lots of funny stuff. Your D&D stats have unique personalities and are quite funny and have entertaining, opinions on what's currently going on. Right, Wolfborn. That is a long ass forward indeed. It's like 5 pages. Also, look at this art again. This is your dexterity. And your dexterity is like the rogue's primary stats. The dexterity is portrayed as like a long arm, sneaking his way into your coin pouch. I think that is a beautiful depiction of it. In this game, dexterity is all about, hey, everybody, let's make money. I'm going to nick some. Old man likes to ramble. Says, definitely feel attacked by the game again now. Should rename my stream that. Okay, let's read Torna's Lament. I went with you to foreign shores, my lord, my god. I pray you keep from harm the beasts each shard, a proof of your devotion. Thus, I give myself to your folk. I give my life for a home at the river in that sliver of land, to vanquish the beasts who roam, the evil who lair, the fires that burn, to build a life along the river. Every shepherd knows the song, it bellows up the river. Earth lives in that sliver of land. It's your favorite. Yeah, solo developer, and yeah, that also helps, I think, because it is a solo developer, everything's feeling very coherent rather than like a mishmash of ideas. Shut it. Clicking upon the title once more. Place this book on this. This is a really great book. It is. You do so. It fits nicely back into its slot. This book does not deserve your toxic presence. If you were stronger, more capable, then perhaps you could have carried the weight. What? You really want that book? One day it could be yours. This is very confusing. I'm just putting back the book. There's some issues with stealing going on here. Just ignore it. Let us forget this for now. You can steal this book if your strength's higher. Yeah, strength literally just book blocked us, because if your strength's higher, you can pass that check, and you can take the book and you can equip it for stat boosts. Disco Elysium style.
It's not a no, it's a not yet. Oh, oh. No, wait. I shouldn't be able to cast second. No, I can't cast second level. Never mind. Got excited for nothing. Here, look. Dancing light. Distraction. Human cause no trouble. A chest with strange rocks. Which we can actually just help ourselves with. So here's a really nice thing. If you behold actual characters, you get their stat sheet. But it's encrypted unless you pass a stat check, a relevant stat check for whichever class they are. This guy's a rogue, so you have to roll against Dex to unlock various details about the character. I think this is so neat. We got a 10. That's actually pretty good. This guy is this is Orst, Chief of Security. He is a level 9 rogue kobold. This one is quite hostile. Stay on your feet. His expressionless eyes seem to keep watch at all times. He's obviously determining where to strike for you to die as quickly as possible. How humane. And this guy's an intelligence check. You can see also the difficulty required for each bit of information. Oh, a 17. That is a really good... That's my best roll against this guy so far. Because he's a level 17. His class is entrepreneur. He reads folk. The pale man handles corpses in a basement. Typical self-employed city contractor. You remember hearing about this man. He used to be a dentist and a surgeon. His study into the magical realm is immense, far beyond your capabilities. Some of these texts he surrounds himself with would suggest he can cast 5th or even 6th level spells. Couldn't be higher, could it? That, I think, is a really neat idea. I just, you know, a stat check, and that'll give you a bunch of information, but not all the information, depending on how you roll. A beautiful way to do it. Okay, I'm just going to grab that, because that is actually mine. That is, yeah, it is. This is my esoteric pocket watch, which gives me +1 intelligence and advantage on esoteric event rolls. As long as you equip it. And then when you equip it, look, it's on my belt now. Yay! Also, I'm pretty sure at higher strength you can equip 2 weapons as well. I don't know if that was in the demo, and then I tried change character when I switched to the full game. Okay, well, before we talk to Veterinary... No, actually, let's talk to Veterinary first. He'd have been the first guy we see coming out of here. He's clearly the organ grinder. Also, we could probably try and nick off him, but we might die. I'm sure he gives us Charm Person. Pale man sits hunched over a stack of forms. Busy at work, his pencil slowly filling out line after line. On the top paper, you see an icon of a serpentine drake. I missed that last time. Oh, it's the Zentarim, or Zentarim, or however you pronounce it. I missed that little clue last time. It didn't affect my game in any way, but there's something off about this guy, and I hadn't been able to figure it out through stat checks and stuff. Actually, I missed that little bit of writing there. I think that's, yeah, Serpentine Drake. That's Zentarim. A great perch. These are official documents of the city. Oh, maybe I read too much into that then. Apparently that's the official city documents. Look, the game isn't the only place I can roll bad stat checks and have my personality give a really stupid answer, okay? It happens an embarrassing amount in my life, and that is why I like Disco Elysium so much. Up and about, are we? Wonderful. I am Viscon, local entrepreneur and proprietor of this lich house. It appears you don't really belong here, but if there is anything I can do, cleric, just let me know. He smiles at you. You can trust this man. Well, yes, I can definitely trust this man after a failure. Alright. Starts setting bow before this creature. No, my stats are saying so. His smile causes you to stir a deep feeling of unease. It's as if it is almost there, but just not quite. Okay, let's look around the room. Books and flasks litter the circular chamber. It's dimly lit and damp. There are several corpses present. These stone tables were once modular altars used in some advanced ritual. Ah, this entire basement was once a temple. I woke up below. Yes, I know. He is aware. Maybe you should ask why instead of stating the obvious. I. Skip all the obvious stuff. I agree with that. There'd be funny things to say, but I'm afraid to say you've been through quite the turmoil, cleric. Tell me everything. Of course, it must be confusing. To tell you the truth, some fishermen brought you here last night. They caught you in their net, took you for a corpse. Not that I blame them, you weren't exactly in prime condition. Prime condition? You're always in your prime condition. You quite literally live in this filthy uniform. No wonder they thought you were dead. Wait, how did you end up in the river? How did I end up? Sorry, I'm in fact alive. How did I end up in the river? I am afraid I don't have much to tell. Perhaps you fell off one of the bridges in Tolstad? There are 7 bridges over Revel Torna connecting Tolstad to the rest of the city. Sounds like the start of a great drinking story, the I woke up in a lich house tale. You don't have a lot of those, so that's good. I would never fall. Must have been an assassination attempt. I must have slipped. Happens all the time. Perhaps there's an esoteric explanation to all this. Must have been an assassination attempt. They're onto my plan already. They've gone back in time to prevent me becoming the God Wizard King. How awful. So who are these fishermen? River Guilders, I believe. They did not look like poachers, so my guess would be that. Where can I find these fishermen? I did not ask for their names, sorry to say. Perhaps Water Lane, that's just a guess. Good guess. Lots of boaters hang out there. Either that or the local tavern. I hope you find them. So I am in fact alive. The pale man stops for a moment. He looks you up and down. Yes. I believe you are. I have some other questions, I think. Do you now? Oh my god, there is a DC 31 wisdom check, which is reduced by 2. So it would have been a DC 33 wisdom check to figure out what's weird about this guy. I mean, a nat 20 might succeed automatically, but yeah, you're fishing without bait there, mate. Unless they're destined to do it, Heronera. But yeah, that's a good paradox you got there, actually. But then that means I do become the God Wizard King, which means they have reason to go back in time to kill me before I become the God Wizard. Well, actually, it's a bit more nuanced than that here, Carl, which we're about to get into because we can interrogate him about that, but first. I believe for such moments we have an appropriate response that was gifted unto us by our Lord and Savior. I forgot his fucking name. Miles O'Brien of the Starship Enterprise and Space Station Deep Space Nine. I hate temporal mechanics. Of course, cleric. Anything for the city? I don't know where to go. Oh, I don't mean to tell you what to do, cleric, but there is a certain rumor that our local goblin chieftain is waiting for you. Goblin chieftain. Goblins. Short, green, got claws and fangs. Little monsters. They got 3 tribes in Norvik and are considered somewhat civilized. It's really hard not to say Jorvik every time I see Norvik. Monsters, short for monstrosity, defined as a non-sentient creature born out of magical means, even by combining various natural beasts or from curses or esoteric events. So yeah, this I think might, I don't know if this is a thing in D&D, but it feels more like a Witcher thing, because Witcher had there was a divide between creatures that were natural and monsters that had been created by magic. Hence they're both for monsters, but that's why there was the silver sword in Witcher was for the magical inclined monsters, and the steel sword was for the other kinds of monsters that weren't magical. Your wolves and your whatnots, your humans, they're both for monsters. Goblin chieftain? Lady Miska Sageleaf is her name. She is down in the Goblin Garden. Of course, you've heard of her. Lady Sageleaf is quite famous. She leads one of the 3 goblin tribes exonerated by Earth after the conquest. Yeah, you don't want to fuck with that one. Ooh. They call her the Dragon of Tolstad. Well, we woke up dead, and yeah, if anyone else didn't figure it out, I'm pretty sure that opening sequence was our god using Speak with the Dead on us to see if we were worth sending back. Because if you remember, it was Jaw was the person asking us the questions before we woke up on the slab. So the planet was deciding that we are coming back. Maybe it's that special deal that clerics have with their gods or something. I don't know. But someone used Speak with Dead on us. Goblins live in the garden? Well, not quite. You'll see when you get there. And when you do, make sure to pay your respects. Lady Sageleaf is a powerful ally. I would even go so far as to call her de facto lawkeeper here on this island fortress. Wait, this is part of the job? Talking to some petty goblin queen? You may find her at the southern tip of Tolstad, the pale man says, and keeps you scribbling on his papers in front of you. He does not value your time. So, what do you know about spellcasting? Quite a bit. He knows more than you, then it could be useful to listen. My prayer book is ruined. Yes, I noticed. You should speak with Sean down on Water Lane View, a bookbinder. It'll cost you, but it can fix you right up. As a cleric, you obviously only need your faith to cast spells, but I'm sure a spell book won't hurt in the long run. Can you teach me magic? A slight smirk creeps onto his face. I sadly don't have time for a proper lecture at the moment. After the election, I could make time if you're interested. Great knowledge awaits. Until then, you're free to browse my collection. And of course... Yeah, he gave us Charm Person. That's a good guy spell.
A truly diabolical spell. The towers teach it only to higher tier spellcasters usually, despite its first level. That's a great shortcut to charming people, although you gotta be careful with the fallout. If you care about such things. You can explain the very basics of spellcasting. Oh, I mean, of course. Embarrassing. As a wizard, you memorize your spells before casting them. As an arcane cleric, you must memorize your spells during prayer at a shrine. There's one downstairs by the apples. We don't need to know more about spellcasting. Right, Eldritch? If you want, feel free to cast anything non-lethal on my servant Ust. Sounds like good practice. Maybe I will. Okay, I just need a quick toilet break, folks. BRB. He has returned. You called me cleric. Over there? No, so is that. I keep forgetting it's in reverse, it's mirrored. I did, yes. Because you're a cleric? Don't make an ass of yourself. Too late for that. I gave it away. I am the cleric. I'm not a cleric. No way. Why do I have to be anything? I'm not a cleric. I'm going to insist on being a wizard again. Interesting. What are you then? Not even a question. You're obviously a sexy rogue, an hero, a wizard, or a cleric. I'm a wizard. Wise choice would be an easy pivot. Despite everything, you are now a wizard. You ignore all the whiz haters. Yay! We picked our class. Snacks over here. Just open away from the microphone because they're quite loud. Just some sweet chili crackers. The anti-arcanist movement is indeed quite toxic. I just want to check. Oh. His belongings, yeah. Yeah, I can see it pipes be hitting the microphone a bit, but they are really crunchy. Oh, should. No, just mute it and make all the noise and have a little party that you weren't invited to. Belongings. I think we've got everything. Uniform, cloak, voting card. Yeah. Sure it's mine? Maybe? Possibly? Cast Ost to lay the surviving pages of your spellbook to dry over there. Yeah, I need to talk pocket watch is very useful, cleric. Make sure to keep it close. Beyond that, you should be good. Do I have any weapons on me? None, I'm afraid. They must be at the bottom of the River Torna. Got it. Only every government employee were as devoted as you, cleric. Good luck on your quest. Leave now. All right. I think we're good. They're really Moorish, though. Oh, I've already used my hit die? That's annoying. Yeah, I didn't ask this guy about the zombies, did I? There's a zombie in your basement. Oh, how quaint. No, undead abomination, right below. I understand. We're closely connected with the city below. The undead seemingly wander as they please. City below, short for the city below the city, a phrase used to describe the incredible amount of tunnels and ruins below Norvik. Lots of monsters and stuff down there. Also riches, if you delve deep enough. The city below the city, the vast ruins found underneath Norvik. Most define it as the parts of the city not yet civilized, although there is a legal definition set in place for each individual district. Quick movement in the lower left cheek. His expression actually changed. Don't trust his words. However, I will have to take this up with Lady Sageleaf. I pay good crowns for HWBT protection. HWBT, the Halfway Bridge tribe, commonly called the Halfways, one of the 3 goblin tribes of Norvik, and arguably the most influential despite their small size. Led by Lady Mishka and Sageleaf, with their headquarters in the Goblin Garden on Tolstad. Halfways, sort of HWBT, the Halfway Bridge tribe. That's just circular. Oh, so it's all a misunderstanding then. Good. I don't actually believe you. I kept moving apples down there. Oh, the apples? Fascinating behavior. You don't seem very alarmed about this. A stray undead creature will cause no trouble here. He gives you a rare smile and turns to the kobold by the stairs. Isn't that right, Usht? Yes, master. I mean, he looks very capable, like that. He definitely looks comfortable with that crossbow. And probably likes excuses to use it. But I don't actually believe you. What do you mean, cleric? Prepare to die. No. That zombie is clearly working for you. That's illegal. You're doing something weird here. I don't like it one bit. Now we know it's legal. We got the insight. I greatly apologize for putting you in this situation. It is my neglect that led to this undead creature entering the tower. I will make sure to tighten up security in the future. This isn't... Ust! We'll do a clean sweep of the basement this evening. Get ready. Yes, master. I will also make sure to report this to both the HWBT and the militia. He won't let you get a word in. Amazing. You're clearly doing something shady here, so... Of course, I'll be sure to ask for a thorough inspection by the PCG. The PCG being the Pest Control Guild. Pest Control Guild, one of the oldest guilds in Norvik. They are supposed to keep monsters at bay and clean up any unwanted critters across the city. These days, they are so bogged down in requests from citizens in the city, they are usually have backlogs for months. And again, I love that. That's a little logistical detail about the world. This is like a guild. Yeah, we've got like a manticore in our backyard. Okay, we could have someone out there next week. Just in the meantime, lock your door and don't look it in the eyes. All right. Like the damage control of right? The pale man is twisting the entire situation. Smart. If there's anything unbecoming about my business here, it shall be uncovered and unveiled. Holy shit, he just keeps going. Thank you very much for your service, cleric. It is because of great men like you that the city still stands. I am sure a good word to your patriarch will assure a promotion of some kind as well, especially with this great work you're doing on the tea shop. He's going in circles around you. It's time to step in. Argue. Can make him shut up. Not with a -2, we're not. But with a +6 on our charisma, that evens out to an 11 out of 20 chance, I think. Resist his incredible oratory power. I'll do it. Focus on the main point, illegal zombie. Go! Stop. I know what you're doing. The pale man opens his mouth to respond. The zombie did work on your property. He closes his mouth and looks at you. Haven't been able to win this one yet, so this is new for me. It was picking up apples. Or something. That's a violation of the bone... The bone purge, yes, I am aware. The pale man takes a deep breath. He reaches below his desk and brings forth a pouch. This is not a bribe. This is... what do they call it? What was it called? This is an indulgence. We've caught him out on a technical moral law, and now he will purchase an indulgence, and his soul will be cleansed. It's perfectly fine. The Pope did it all the time. We're a wizard, technically, but an isolated incident. It will not be repeated. Bunch of crowns handed to us. Crowns are the Norvikian crown, the main coinage of Norvik. Again, I'm not going to read out most of this flavor text, but okay, look at it. So much world building went into this. It's a joy to read. He says, skipping through most of it. Gonna nail 95 reasons why the Pope sucks on my local church door. I hope you don't start something there, Heronara. Isn't it, crowds? Score! As a city cleric, you obviously have the ability to accept Dagsbutter on behalf of Norvik. I probably mispronounced it. Dwarven for Dayfar. Well, it's Dwarven, so I can pronounce it however the fuck I like, because do you speak Dwarven? Do ya? You can't correct it, even if it is based on Swedish spelling. Dagsbutter. Dwarven for day fine. Some might call it legal extortion, but it really depends on the district. I like it. Is that anything? Does that mean anything to anyone in chat, Dagsbutter? Actually, a little. That's a Welsh symbol, really. Like that, I am very used to seeing the little house, as I call it, as a Welshman. So it is a daily fine. Okay. You get fined a sum to pay over a set amount of days and a set sum per day. Okay. Nice one. Thank you very much. Violation of the Bone Purge Code, Article 4. In singular violation cases, a Dagsbutter is of minor class is issued. In relation to my status as a Stolstad business owner, that would be precisely 25 crowns. No, he's dealt with this before, huh? Now that this issue is behind us, anything else you needed?
We still can't win. No possible way we can succeed on that unless we roll a 20. And I'm not fishing for a crit. I do want to talk to the little murder kobold over here, though. Wiggling his little clawed feet, the kobold follows your every move with cold, unflinching yellow eyes. Master, say you'll behave. Yeah, it was pretty much entirely because I wanted to do a kobold voice, but there you go. You're adorable. The kobold glares at you. A battle of will. Do not give in. Oh god, have I just got in a staring contest with the kobold? Glaring back. Your eyes meet each other, still, ever vigilant. Keep glaring. The kobold does not move. Glare some more. Yep, you're staring at each other. You're doing it. Avert your pathetic human gaze. Glare. Eyes meet eyes. Glare, glare. You are looking at a kobold's yellow eyes, stare in an angry or fierce way. Looking hard, leaning close to the kobold's stern face. You should probably stop this. The kobold meets your gaze and keeps meeting it. Keep staring. You keep looking at the kobold. Yeah, I think it is just doing an idiot loop now. Did I just... I don't think I'm getting any more out of this. Fair. The kobold looks at you in a cold expression. Determined. Confident. I have some questions for you. Short question. Go. Who are you? I am Ost. I am security chief in Lich House. You're a kobold. Not question. Next. Oh, fuck. That's not a question. Quick, save it. Try to save the question, which is more difficult because I stared at him. Because, yeah, how can I ask him? How am I supposed to ask him, are you a kobold, when I've just stared him down and got a good long look at him? Question saved. Change course. Quick. Kobolds. What are they good for? Many things. Shooting human for one. Are you a kobold? Yes. Better than nothing, I suppose. Understood. Human done with question. Do kobolds exist? Yes. Am I a kobold? No. What are you voting in the upcoming election? Angry Human Party. But they hate kobolds. No, they do good. Strong men lead. Bright tomorrow. You're a good boy. Thanks. That's my single question. Can I ask something else? Okay. I'm going to vote for this party, but they hate kobolds. I don't care. They're strong. I think there might be a little bit of political commentary going on here with Ost. To be fair, with everything building up to an election with lots of different factions, I'm sure we're going to see a lot of stuff that is applicable to the modern world. How'd you get this gig? Not gig. What's a gig? I am devoted servant for master. Got it. He's getting paid. He's not actually a slave. I don't want to antagonize him. So you wouldn't actually shoot me, would you? I want to be friends with him. No promise. Remember, we've got high charisma. We kind of want to. We just want to make a friend. We just want one person to actually be our friend. It's so hard to take you seriously when you're so cute. That's what crossbow is for. Good answer. Could I borrow your crossbow? We're friends now, right? Human is kidding. Not funny. You would make greater use of it than this puny creature. Just take it. Go away. Just take the crossbow. I'm not. No. Just gonna leave that bit alone for now. Where were you when the tea shop incident occurred? Incident. Tea shop blow up. Boom. Big boom. Big boom. When it happened, I was on Water Lane on mission. A mission? Not mission. I meant to say errand. What were you doing at Water Lane? Milk. Doing milk. Deliver. You deliver milk. Yes, side hustle. This kobold just keeps getting better and better. Kobolds don't even drink milk. I want to know more. I want to know a lot less. Ask questions about the milk. Oh, hell yeah. Milking this kobold for information. This milk situation is intense. Where does the milk come from? Cows. And where do you get the cow milk? Market. Who buys the milk? Humans. Water Lane humans. They pay many for fresh milk before dawn. Side hustles are always smart. You should do a milk run later. Yeah, see, Stalio, the game's Dexterity and you on the same page here. Dexterity's like, hey, you should get in on that. It pays. Do kobolds produce milk? No. They are draconic in nature. They lay eggs. Do you like milk? No. Oh. Well, I have literally only a roll of a 1, which would have been a natural fail anyway. We'll lose this, so... I also don't like milk. That was close. That was really close. I love milk. You smirk. A confident laugh escaping your lips. You then turn towards the ceiling, smiling. What? I also don't like milk. Your comment has made a dent upon the world. This is why they should all follow you. You are a worthy leader. Win them over with lies and deceit. Control them through flattery and love. The kobold stares at you with awe in his yellow, expressionless eyes. See, I don't know how seriously to take that. Did I actually achieve something there by convincing him I don't like milk? I don't know. How can he have expressionless lies and also be in awe of you? Again, I think this is a deliberate choice for like funny writing rather than anything else. Can I have some milk? No. I don't have anything else to ask about milk. Okay. And of course that has now led into a quest called Milk Curious. Thank you. You should totally find out more about this. Could be a big money maker. Thank you for your time, Kobold. So we could go down and see if we can get past the zombie, but since our strength hasn't actually gone up at any point, I don't feel like we've got a chance of doing that again, so... Thank you! And one of the first things we find are some dwarves in a dispute over a permit. Which is, I think, exactly how I'd expect to encounter dwarves in a game like this. It says Viscon's Lich House. Oh. But then the "and dentistry" is scratched out. It used to be for the dead and your teeth. Right, gonna loot all this stuff. Right, let's take an accounting of what's going on. So we've got several ongoing quests now. Oh, look at that. We're 3 for the Arcanist, and we're 2 for the Wizard. Oh, we are going to be a God Wizard King by the end of this playthrough. Phoenix Folio, after your river adventure. So yeah, we need to fix my ruined spellbook. We've got a revivify opportunity, but it's going to be expensive. I have now said 2 times that I'm a wizard, which you are, despite the get-up. Your true talent lies within the arcane, obviously. We need to go see Lady Sageleaf. The city is changing, as are you. You have always been volatile in your political views, but now it's time to choose for real. You have unlocked the ability to ask people what they're voting for. A deep urge inside you is calling. You need to ask. You must ask. Over and over again. At least 20 times. Okay, 10. You have currently asked people 1 single time. Ah, I'm not undead, Samsa. There is actually a bit, there's one of these people you can talk to in this area. Actually, you can go into the legal status of, like, what makes you undead versus brought back to life. Obviously, you're very clear about the fact you should be the future God Wizard King of Norvik. You've said so 3 times in real conversations with real people. Crown collection, coin capture, cash kidnapping. There are many ways to describe it. Get rich or die trying. The only way to do it is obviously to get this milk delivery gig. Try checking around Water Lane in the morning. I don't even know where Water Lane is. Do we have a map? I think it's in the journal, isn't it? Ah, here we go. Where's Water Lane? We don't know. That's not helpful. Alright, what have we got going on here? Oh, I see that. Men at work beneath Asgard's green banner. There's an esoteric effect in place here, stopping rainwater. Is it an esoteric effect, or is it roof repairs, buddy? Are you the kind of guy who attributes mundane to magical? York observes me with great interest. We've got this thing here. Tucked away the bird's nest. That's guy hitting the microphone. You see a bird's nest nestled on the edge of a protruding stone tile. Got eggs in it, unguarded as far as you can see. Must be a gull's nest. Scary beast, those gulls, but whoever made this nest isn't around. So, can you imagine the goodies? Could be worth to climb out. With the cantrip Mage Hand, you could easily grab the content from this nest at a comfortable distance. Which is a common arcane cantrip used to grab things from afar. Very useful. Mage Hand is great. Where can I get it? No, of course I used to have a version. It was clearly lost in the river. Feels sad. However, there are ways of restoring your memorization of the cantrip. You will need a source, perhaps in a library. If you had a time for a trip to the towers, that would be ideal. Alas, you will need to make do. Perhaps those esoteric books found in the Lich House could be of use. Wait, what? Oh, it's going to be the Draconic, isn't it? I think nothing else. I didn't fail any of the checks when I looked at the books in the Lich House. The only book that's not really got something ticked off as done was the old Draconic one. Alright. I am not gonna... Hold on. I actually got decent... Constitution says no. Come on, just a little thrill. Push it despite your groaning stomach. I don't feel like pushing it over a big old drop is a good idea. This game will murder you. So literally all we can tell about Agent Vera is that she is a Felfolk orc and is not from round here. Alright? She's got no pockets. Ooh, it's nice, but DC 15's not. On the edge of the ruinous amphitheater, you'll see an orc sitting on one of the many loosened stone blocks. It looks like she's waiting for something. Or someone. Orcs, big brutes of devilish origin. They're rare in Norvik. Most of them can be found in Feltire. I'm gonna click through this again, because you can read it at your own time. It's just like, look at. I love that there's all of this. I've been reading a lot of it in my own time. But on stream, I want to keep the pace going. Oh, that graffiti we can go and talk to, Eldritch. If you've got a high enough skill to. But it's, yeah, you can go and talk to it, find out when it was first laid down. I think it's about 2,000 years old, it told me. Exuding an air of authority around her, the large woman gives you a wry smile. Her tusks are gleaming. Not just physically imposing, this orc knows how to exert power in other ways as well. What's this? Not often we get Uthgard around here. You sure walk around like a damn advertisement in this drab uniform. She presents a farm to you. Where is my name? I'm second in command guild agent of Tolstad. Nice to meet you. Be nice to her, she's a free strider. A showing of the palm is a casual cultural greeting in Reeds. Do not grab her hand. It's not what... That's not what that is. I am Ragan. I am Helm. I'm the cleric. Yes, you can go all in on calling yourself the cleric. It's hilarious. I am the gamer. My games are delicious. My streams certainly are, because I'm usually eating. Your business? Where's the goblin chieftain? Lady Sageleaf. Just head down these stairs. Good luck getting an audience, though. She busy? Oh, sure hope so. Took us months to get in a room with her to discuss the renovations in the Old. There's your info on the halls. To be fair, if you care, you could actually pause and go back and come back to the current point in the stream if you go, oh, what was that? Just put them on the stream for a moment. You can like pause and read them. Dragon of Tolstad, my ass. Still not a level up. Okay, tell me what you know about the tea shop. Tea shop that blew up. Sounds like a magazine tale. Of course, you've got to mention that your world has erotica somewhere. It just seems... Why? Why does every single video game like this have to mention... Oh yeah, we've got porn. Like, Mass Effect did it. It's been a running joke in Elder Scrolls with the lusty Argonian maid for however long. And by extension, the book we found in Barony. Well, it's that funny web effect, isn't it? Where you trace everything back, and you can probably trace the comedy smut books in games back to Elder Scrolls, but there's got to have been a game that did it before Elder Scrolls. That's what we need to find. What had the comedy smut books before Elder Scrolls? Sure like her, don't you? What's not to like? So inland is towards the endless wastes away from the coast. Don't give away too much. She's prying. No comment. Hold on. Are you here to investigate the tea shop? Don't answer that. She has no control over you. She might be a free strider, but your business is your own. Get away from the conversation. No? But actually, she says, holding out her hands. Beware, this woman knows how to manipulate people. Maybe? Is that a maybe yes? Nice weather we're having. You here for the tea shop? You look lovely today. Thanks. Are you here to investigate the tea shop? I'm here to do business. With a tea shop? The one that blew up? Running would be silly, but at this point, we can attempt a DC-20 check to just sneak away mid-conversation. Nope. We ain't sneaking out of this one, lads. Quick, sneak away before she can do anything about it. You glance at your back, carefully preparing to take the first step away from the conversation. Now, don't stop. Come back. Please, answer my question before you leave. Oh, she spotted me. The orc gives you the kind of look you'd give a child after they started eating gravel. Let me ask again. Her tone's slightly more tense. Are you investigating the tea shop? Yes, damn it. Interesting. I'll be honest, I just assumed the city and ignore it. But they said, you. It's fine. She'd find out eventually anyhow. It's sort of a giveaway. Clearly someone thinks this is an esoteric mess if they sent a cleric to look into it. Esoteric, I keep hearing that word. What does it mean exactly? Really? It means... It's a term to describe whenever anything queer happens, whether the cause would be regular spellcasting or something more esoteric. Like the Order of Dagon. I'm sure you've noticed something you couldn't explain rationally. Then that would be esoteric. I assume you of all people would know what that is, considering. He mimics casting a spell with their hands and then points at you. Mimics, according to my intelligence, are horrifying shape-shifting monsters, capable of copying the looks of any object it discovers, although with some size limitations depending on the type. If you touch it, you'll get stuck and probably eaten. See, that's the thing people forget. Mimics are supposed to be able to take on things that aren't just treasure chests. It's just they cottoned on to the fact that treasure chests are easy bait. Right. Why would the city avoid sending a representative? Because of the election, of course. Tolstad's a highly volatile district with a lot of extremist ties. I believe this tea shop acted as a sort of lightning rod. So when a place like that blows up, why would any faction spend resources investigating it?
especially when those resources could be spent on trying to win the terribly important election. See, in fighting fantasy game books, like my pin badge, which you can't see is quite small on this particular stream because of where I have to squeeze in, but in fighting fantasy, mimics were often doors, but what people would call a mimic is a chest trap beast. And they were incredibly lethal. It was a thing. They didn't pretend to be the chest. They lived in the chest. You open the chest and they went flump. Now your intestines have just been spilt and you're dead. Chest trap beast. Mimics were the blobs that could. Mimics were blobs that could, you know, take shape to resemble anything, often resembling doors, so that you go to the door handle, it goes, and it's now in your hand and you're stuck to it and it can attack you. So for me, mimics changed dramatically at some point because they never used to be the little chest bastards. Whereas now it's rare to see a mimic that is anything other than a chest. The official apparently they're saying it's a fireplace incident. All right, well, good luck with that. This woman knows well how to manipulate weaker men. I like her already. I'm done discussing business. Want to move on to more casual topics then? Politics, perhaps? What's the deal with the dwarves? Oh, them. Complicated as anything. Wouldn't be sitting here wasting my precious day if it wasn't for them. But in short, they're holding an unlawful assembly. And they don't let me take a look at the document proving it. Not frustrated at all. She telegraphs her sarcasm heavily. This is useful when communicating with slower individuals. I love that my own charisma is pointing out that what she is doing is manipulating me because I'm a bit stupid. That's my own thought process that said that to me in the game. It's like, to be fair, you are a bit thick, so I need to spell this out. I'm going to come back to this one because I've already seen this area, but I actually want to introduce you to a specific guy. Oh, and you can actually pass some speech checks and secure a potential date with this lady after the election. Since the election's in 5 days, I don't know if that's just a little thing you can have, like, you know, maybe off screen that happens. I don't know how that might play out, but yeah, on one of my other builds, I managed to get she was really impressed. She found me really, really funny because of how stupid I was and all the stupid stuff I was saying, and she kind of I just amused her into agreeing to a date. So, you know, it's like they say, women appreciate a man who can make them laugh, even if it is through their stupidity. Although, to be fair, if it is through their stupidity, they're probably going to end up brained with some sort of implement. Anyway, behold the goblin wall art. A green face is splattered across the facade, staring wildly across a flaming sky and the dragon spread towards it. Or something like that. Can you call this art? What does it mean? The coins stand for all the fat loot the dragon brought to her people. You can get behind that. Melting rocks. What does this tell me about the state of Norvik? Nothing really. Trogdor, the Trogdor comes in the night. Goblins are artists. Place your hand upon the wall. You take a step forward. The painted stone surface is smooth. This is no cheap dwarven rock. This is Gate-era architecture disguised among the rest. Era, modern scholars divide. Yeah, no. But yeah, if you really want to get into again, like the guy said, this is Lord of the Rings level writing. The detail he went into. The current era is the post-war era after the Arcane War era, and this has been around for 27 years. The name is subject to change. Wars still guaranteed. Oh, it's a constitution check.
An esoteric urge, but I can do it at advantage because I got the esoteric pocket watch from the merchant area. So it's still not good, but you know, now the 15 was a good roll if we didn't have a negative modifier. Oh well. Something is there beyond the cold codstone. Try again tomorrow, perhaps. I mean, there's a kitty up there. A tree. Behold, a tree. Which is a bracken tree from the Elysium forest. What's the bracken tree again? Don't put the leaves in a salad. That would be unwise. You could probably sell a bracken salad. The bracken tree originates from Elysium forest and is today a major export resource in Ascani. It is quick to grow and flexible in its usage. Wind causes the leaves to dance. You get a feeling you're missing something. What am I missing? Nothing, probably. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's nothing. Oh, yeah, good. Okay, I got it. Good. It's good that you're not missing anything. Am I missing something? Probably not, but who knows? Oh, you're for sure missing something. No idea what, though. Oh, I'll touch the tree, then. I don't see a purpose in this. Oh, right. Yeah. There is actually something you can climb up to. But I can't detect it at the moment. That's what's going on there. Goblin Garden is ahead. Nature seeps through the cracks. I want to go talk to this guy, though. There's a gobbo. Many gobbos. Any loot lying around? Wait, that's a thing? Ooh. Oh, is it just a shard? That unlocks a stat check. Oh, it's a shrine as well. That's good. Incense, money. I like to be a self-funding outfit. Is that a Mario pipe? Prepare spells. That's all I can really do. Haven't leveled up yet. What are we on? 210? Not enough. What was that? Did you see that shadow fly past? Nice. Must have been a rock or something. Overgrown. Ancient. Sort of interesting. I don't think it was a dragon. A rock was my guess. Seemed a bit more bird-like than lizardy. Whatever god of symbolism this once denoted, time has ground it down. It's a monument to nothing now. What's with the snail stuff? Norvik is built upon layers and layers of ruins. One of those layers, one of the oldest, were snail folk. Thus you will surely find many of these snail symbols and spiral shapes around the city. Tell me your secrets. No response. Tell me your secrets, damn it! Punch the monument. Your fist makes contact with the hard surface. A crack follows, along with a shooting pain up your arm and spreading through your fingers. I just killed myself. Oh, just survived. I actually lost all my health doing that. The crack is your bones as well. You're all right, Rock. You're all right. The rock stares at you menacingly, but a piece of it fell off from your violent act. How did you actually damage this rock? What strange material is this? Ah, yes. This is a highly esoteric rock. You can find more of it around the city. Collect as much of it as you can. Let me just touch it this time.
languages? Ooh. Symbols do not mean anything to you. If you had comprehend, I do want comprehend languages. Game is teasing me with that which I cannot have at this time. Oh, that's all my healing items gone. Behold, Brexo Pencil Wing. I need to do a strength check, which is one of my worst stats, to try and unlock some info about him. That's actually, that was a good roll, to be fair. That was a really good roll, of 14. He is a level 2 Scribe Devil. Surprisingly content, a hardware. That's a rock. Yeah, it's got feathers. It flew past again. That's definitely a feathered creature flying past. So I'm thinking rock, as in rock is a giant, huge eagle, essentially. You know, like Godzilla sized. Pick a man up in its claws and just carry him off into the sky. Okay, is a nested interest the same thing as a vested interest? Because, not sure. But apparently, devils used to be allowed into the city only on work visas, so he could have served for several decades. So the current, yeah, apparently the current regime is best for him politically. Knowing their political affiliation can actually be really important for figuring out if they're trying to play you.
Huh?
Here's Braxo Pencil Wing. Yeah, I'm not sure, McDougal. Trying to divine the intent. Is that a typo? Is that meaning this or that? You raise your head towards the sky. Above you sits a tiny red creature. His wings flutter faintly in the wind. The fiend throws a quick glance your way. He's annoyed. Staring at a piece of paper, he does not acknowledge your presence. Hey, little guy, why aren't you on my shoulder? Hello, I'm from the local government. A sigh escapes the fiend's maw. He slowly puts down the paper. I've paid my taxes. You can move on. He can always pay more. I'd agree with that opinion if the pouch wasn't so devoid of coin. You need to pay more, say 10 crowns or so? Look here. I have friends in high places, buddy. If you're looking to extort, do it down on Water Lane. Wait. Earthguard? A cleric? How's you doing here? You can go wherever you want. Fuck off. Divine mission, the usual. To be fair, that is like the perfect cleric response to like anything. What are you doing here? It's like, you know, divine mission. Very well. I won't get in your way. For one, I'm very happy for your presence. This place has gone downhill since the city let the goblins and free striders run amok. Oh no, the devil's a kiss-ass. Devil, lawful evil fiend, they are lawyers, soul traders, and either the most efficient type of leaders or the worst type of middle managers. Their numbers are dwindling as of late, but in Blood City Bay they still rule supreme. We need some damn order in this place. He's like a bureaucratic devil, so I suppose he'd sound a bit more nasally, like a bit more up here, like size more mid-job's worth, isn't it? So if you need any legal advice, just let me know. Bit slimy, apparently he's doing law as well. So he gives you a tiny sharp smirk, doesn't he? Be careful, devilish advice can bite you real quick. Don't take advice from a parasite. You can hear out any advice, just don't listen to it blindly. Are you a barrister? A tiny barrister? No, I have no legal position within the city. I'm just fairly knowledgeable in the magistrate's code. So he works with the city law. Ask him for details. He shows you a foul grin. What type of work do you do? Well, if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. Agreed. I love being... I don't want to say the C word. We are not the C word. We are the W word. What do you do? Me? I'll do scribing most days. Got some connections within the palace. And believe me, phew, it's gotten me through some rough times. See, whenever some rich asshole needs a legal draft in a hurry, who do they send for? The guy with the wings, that's who. He does paperwork, then he must be highly knowledgeable in law. Work is work. Well, they'd prefer something more exciting. Oh, he's uncool, huh? Oh, sure, but I get around quick. What you do in your spare time, buddy? Calligraphy. The art of writing and lettering. Something you're quite familiar with as well. A hobby for women and weak men. Oh, and I do love me some reading. Gaining access to the Darovian Library changed my life. Darovian Library is the largest public library in Norvik. You spent many years in your youth inside those stony walls. Maybe we can get Mage Hand from there. What's it like being a little red guy? You want an honest answer? Or the one I tell me clients? Oh, we've got to go for the honest one, right? Okay, let me put it like this. It fucking sucks donkey shit. Do you know what it takes to get a promotion these days? Tell me, brother. We're talking decades of servitude to some sadistic fuck that wants to return to Gregorian's greatness or some shit like that. And then, after risking your life and humiliating yourself, there's a chance this fucking guy will put in the effort to promoting you. And if you're unlucky, you'll turn into a freaking bug. Or worse, something without wings. Being a devil is a harsh existence. It requires constant vigilance, hard work, and incredible natural talents to reach any type of high-tiered devildom. You would do quite well as one. Tell me about these promotions. Sorry, forgot not everyone knows how Devilkin work. Let's put it like this. Devils have a ranking system. Some are lower, some are higher. Only way to get higher and metamorphose into a more powerful creature is to be promoted by someone with a higher rank. But hey, could be worse. I could be a demon. Demons. Chaotic and evil fiends, they are mostly bloodthirsty monsters and rage-crazed barbarians fallen out of Haji, but some of their more civilized spawn do reign in the cities and realms surrounding the Endless Maw. Who are you voting for at the upcoming election? What am I voting for? Well, same as you. The good guys. Free Striders for life. High five him. No, and that means... Oh, see. Duh. The elites are quite literally feeding my trove at this point. You think I'd vote for someone to topple them? Yeah, being selfish in your voting. Yeah, who wouldn't be? Do you think those dwarves would be voting for some hippie Asgalist if they were the ones with the palaces? I don't think so. Not for a second. Anyway, you want something else? No, we're done for now. It's over? By the gods!
So dramatic. Love the little guy. No, that was actually just the first dialogue branch. Sorry, little guy. You're not going anywhere. Can you give me free legal advice? Oh, yes. I'll gladly assist a member of the Earth Guard any day. Actually free? Well, in that case, just ask. Should I invest in stocks? Just go with it. Oh. I do not give, nor have ever given, investment advice. But, here we go. Yes. He looks you up and down. I should ask, have you ever bought shares before, cleric? I don't share with anyone, little red man. Okay, some basics then. Popularized by late Divine Era human adventurer companies, a share is essentially a percentage of ownership of a certain venture. I actually really like this concept as well. I don't think it's unique to this game. It sounds familiar to something again, but people invest in an adventuring company, right? So, like, you know, it's like, hey, we're planning, we've got a team together, we're going to do an expedition, we're going out to this alleged, you know, this allegedly fabulously wealthy location, but we need money to get gear, we need people to, you know, we need money for equipment, we need money to cover getting there, supplies, etc. We need people to put up cash. In exchange, you get a share of the loot if we come back. It's such a cool concept. I'm surprised there isn't more games about, like, that kind of thing. Oh, there is. There's definitely like Adventurers Guild type games where you're sending out parties rather than actually being on the party, I guess. Could be a guild, could be a company, or a specific adventure. Something that's supposed to grow over time so you can increase the value of your securities in that venture. It's a risky way to increase your capital without actually doing any real work. God, this devil is good. Learn from him. Why is it risky? Sounds like free money. Good question. Imagine you invest in an adventuring party. They head into the Verdun Hills to dive into some Gate-era tomb or an esoteric area filled with talking cats. Something weird and dangerous, but with potential for a lot of cool treasure to be found and brought back. There's a major chance that those adventurers die out on their journey. If they do, you lose all the money you invested. They could make it back, in which case you'd get a percentage of the treasure based on your share, but how often do adventurers come back with a bunch of treasures these days? So, should I buy stocks? Look, there are rules in place. Norvik has laws governing what can and cannot suggest when it comes to financial agency. Your god made those laws to protect people of lower than average intelligence from being tricked by those with ill intent. Where can I buy stocks? You can buy shares directly from a venture trader. Basically, someone can give you a piece of paper that says I owe you with some legal information on it. Or you can go to a trade hub. I don't think the Tolstad exchange is open until after the election, though. Have you ever bought stocks? Oh, sure. I spend about 40% of my income in risky ventures. Sometimes I even get paid in securities, which is nice since I won't have to pay any middlemen. Could people buy stocks in me? The little red devil stares at you. If you were to set yourself up as a venture, then maybe.
I mean, if you could convince someone to invest in you, you know, without breaking any laws regarding investment advice, I'd be impressed, so why not? Oh god, currency trade. I'm just going to click through this one, because this one actually gets stupid. I think deliberately so. So we go embers. Oh no, and then he starts mentioning there's like a ridiculous amount of currencies there. Brim marks. If you've got 10 brim marks, which is the currency of Blood City Bay, you can convert them into tens. The currency of the Free Strider Revolution. Yeah, just bamboozles you this section. I'm just clicking through it for journal entries. Penigs now. Penig Fenig. I get that one. The Sol because of the Golden Horde. Oh yeah, there's a literal being of light, possibly an alien ruling an empire just over next door somewhere. But yeah, I'm not reading that because that'll take about 20 minutes and will not really do much. Thank you. Economy, you know? Messy and fun. What about alignment? Ah, now this is actually fun because we're getting into how D&D stuff exists in this world. Like, alignment actually is an in-game thing, but... Ah, yes, the overrules of morality. Norvik does not moralize over alignment, officially. And alignment is an esoteric effect which brands each creature on the coast with one of 9 labels on 2 axes, lawful to chaotic and good to evil. It is debated exactly who or what determines the parameters within this effect. That's about cursor. Lost it. Okay. Nor do most of the city-states across the coast. And you being a devil, are you... You know. Yes. You're evil? Oh, yes, indeed. It is pretty easy to spot. He flaps his wings. I like Braxo. What an affable little demon. I like it. I do like games where the demons aren't just like immediately fight you on sight and you get to actually like find the bureaucratic demons are often a lot of fun in games. It's like, yes, everybody focuses on the horror and the spectacle and the nasties of hell, but somebody's got to be doing the paperwork. Those little guys tend to be really funny in games. It can be pretty discriminatory at times. People assume I have their worst interests in mind just because I'm ontologically evil. You don't have their worst interests in mind? Look, evil is not some objective thing. It's entirely internal and aligned with Jorn's subjective opinion. There are good people who ruin the world and evil folk who do their best to maintain it. That's the deal. That's actually a pretty good, actually mature look at how alignment works. Sometimes it's not where you're standing, it's which way you're facing and where you're looking. Law and Resurrections. That's one hell of a question. He smirks for a while. The imp's enjoying his pun before moving on. What's a sociopath? Higher tier resurrections aren't illegal. They're just not available for any more. There are a handful of known divine resurrection spells. Since the death of Earth, there have been no documented instances of successful resurrections above 3rd level. Not available? Figured a cleric would know better than me, but... sass. Spells over 4th or 5th are rarely seen these days. If you want to know why, go pray. After Earth died, it's been a bit hard for even the top-ranking clerics to manage higher-tier magic. At least, if you believe the rumours at the towers, which you should. What about low-level resurrections? Let's revivify. That's it.
Does a murder still count if the victim is resurrected? Asking the big D&D questions here. That's such a player to DM question. It's the sort of the DM just go, what? Why? Why do you want to know that? Don't do it. Think about the question for a bit. There's been cases. Heard of a man stabbed in a bar fight, bled out just in time for a drunk cleric to arrive, cast Revivify, and the bloke lived. The stabber ended up being charged with a major transgression of personal well-being. And that's not murder per se, but I'd argue it had more to do with the fellow's barrister making it clear to the judiciaries there was no killing intent. So, not an accident, but not a murder. Just a brawl gone too far. But that'd be an hard sell if the victim wasn't breathing. I like the fact that we were able to revive the victim so you get a lesser charge is a thing. You see what I mean? But this is the sort of thing that D&D doesn't really dive into, these kind of absurd bureaucratic details that must surely exist in a world where this stuff exists. It's like, in a world where you could revive a dead body, how does a murder charge work? I love it. It's like, I've not really seen a game, so I think that's what it's like. It's kind of using Disco Elysium, and then it's holding up D&D, and then going, let's see what happens. And you get some very interesting D&D philosophical questions coming out of this. Very complicated. Gods be good if I ever come across something like it. But in most cases, I'd say yes. So don't go around murdering folk and revivifying them, cleric. It would be a waste. It would be a waste of a spell slot. Yes. Would be kind of funny, but you know, don't. I love that my intelligence just goes, yeah, just a waste of a spell slot. Actually, I also know for a fact one of your other skills can chime in at that point and say, but it would be funny before he does. I can't remember. It was one of the other builds that I tried. Are you legally considered alive after a resurrection? Yes, for all intents and purposes, you are alive. And death, on the other hand, would be a rather different affliction. Necromancy is not just undeath, but all undeath is necromancy. And how is that defined? Asking for a friend again. As long as the necromancy is considered of divine origin and the souls return to a healthy body, then it's as considered as a normal resurrection. If the origin is more black magic shit, as they say, or some kind of corpse animation, then it would be considered as bodily sacrilege. And that's a top-tier criminal offence. How top is it? Oh, it's up there. Does death absolve your crimes? Now you're asking real questions. But no, it doesn't. There's been actual laws signed in old kingdoms over this shit. Got the devil going. Is that a good thing? Oh, he's dancing for you. Keep it up and he'll love you to death. I don't know if that's a warning or an encouragement. So, classic story, alright? A real bad guy's caught murdering his neighbour. Real sex shit. He's executed after a quick trial. Justice wins again. Everyone's happy. But surprise, some holy man raises him up a couple of months later. In this situation,
The bad guy did technically pay for his crimes. His life was taken by the state. Just because someone gave it back to him doesn't change that fact, right? Well, people weren't too happy with that, as you can imagine. Yes, the common legal term these days for capital punishment is DIP. Death in perpetuity. Stands for death in perpetuity. Kind of funny when you think about it.
One death's enough, I think.
Really? Well, suppose humans would have a different outlook than a fiend like me. So, to keep criminals dipped, most states tend to hide, lock up, or simply burn corpses and spread the ashes using non-resurrectable methods. So a properly dipped dead guy shouldn't be able to return without the use of some miraculous 9th level spell, which obviously these days isn't too likely.
Wow, so they actually just go out of their way and vaporize your bodies. It's like, jeez. You really got to be sure. What about Charm Person?
Charm Person. Such a fascinating spell. Of course, all spellcasters are required to be registered in Norvik. It's the same in all not completely chaotic city-states. There are certain spells that just are not allowed at all, like Fireball, as a popular example.
Of course. It makes absolutely sense. Like, if you're in any sort of structured civilization, then you're not going to let people have access to Fireball. D&D players are the proof as to why any rational structured society in a D&D universe would not let any idiot access the Fireball spell. No, the actual wizards have the Fireball spell, not the players.
Fireball, a 3rd level evocation spell, causes fire to emerge at a given point, spreading within a 20-foot radius, filling up available space.
I was in a straw hut that another player cast Fireball on. I was trying to rescue prisoners. And someone went, I'm going to cast Fireball on this hut, because for reasons they will only ever know themselves.
But Charm Person is, despite its devilish mind control, legal if it's cast by a registered cleric or city-hired interrogating mage. Private entities are not allowed to learn or cast it, although I can promise you many still do.
People don't tend to like it when I cast Charm Person on them. Which would make sense, because this is the charisma build. I want a friend.
That's understandable. Folks tend to enjoy agency. Free will, you know. It's pretty popular.
You know what? It was a cleric, Albadin. I really like, because this is diving into kind of a side of D&D that you never ever see in a tabletop game beyond like when it's played for a dramatic event, like the guards have showed up because you've just killed a bunch of people in the middle of the city. But that's usually about as far as like the legal stuff goes in D&D. I like here you get into like the whole bureaucracy and like the real workings of like how would a society function when people can be resurrected. Like some guy can come by 2 months after a murder and go, right, bring out your dead. There you go. Thank you. Give me some potatoes. I'm off. You know, like some wandering hedge priest who just knows Revivify, just keeps coming along going, yay, yay. Ayo, ayo, amana, amana, ayo, ayo. Because at least once a month I like to set off the Age of Empires players.
What a horrid worldview. If you allow a state to rule your world, you'll surely be sent right into hell.
Well,
you hear about the tea shop? Yeah, of course. Pretty hard to miss when flying past Tolstad. What's your take? Oh, it blew up. Not sure what else you want to hear.
why do you think it blew up?
Honestly, I haven't seen a blast zone like that since the Coast War. And you didn't hear it from me. But little fellow trusts you. He is your friend.
Well, thank you, Strength. I absolutely believe that statement on the back of a failed check. But on the other hand, this is how D&D works. This was something, it took me a little while to figure out how to process this in my brain meat as I'm playing D&D, but sometimes you've got to make your character because it's what your character would do based on how you've rolled, even though you know it's like... You say, I check for traps, and you roll like a 2. And of course, the DM goes, it looks totally clear. And your brain's like, I bet there's a fucking trap there, but my character's gone, looks good to me, so my character's going to go forward. And it's like, that. I think that's the secret to playing good D&D, is sometimes you have to be like, well, my character is definitely going to do this stupid thing, because... it looks good to him. The rolls have made it look good to him, even though I thought they were bad rolls.
The scorch marks look like those from a fireball. But not the kind you get from a trigger-happy pit fiend. We're talking high-level wizard stuff. Pit fiends are known to cast third-level fireballs at will.
Which actually was, yeah, he's downplaying pit fiends when pit fiends are actually incredibly powerful, because third level fireball at will is whole town go boom very quickly. In fact, I'm going to try and metagame this. Give me the stats for a Pit Fiend D&D. Thank you. Forgotten Realms. Here we go. What level are we looking at here? 5th edition Pit Fiend sounds about right. Challenge rating level 20. Yep, there we go. Yeah, a Pit Fiend is a level 20 monster, which is the level cap for players in D&D. $360 kilos, 12 feet tall, 3.7 meters. Every part of a pit fiend could be used as a weapon. Claws, wings, tails, more. The bite is venomous and infectious, spreading into a wicked disease known as devil chills, and filling the victim with fire. Yeah, like, oh, and he's, yeah, you're kind of downplaying pit fiends a bit there, Brexo. Cover up for a spellcaster going nuts is also plausible, though. Slander, the city does not train people to explode.
Other than that, not to be self-incriminating or anything, but could be a fiend or an elemental. I mean, water laner shipments from Cargamesh every other month. Maybe a fire elemental slip through. Who knows?
A fiend, huh?
Don't look at me like that. Worst thing I can do is turn into a bat. An abnormally handsome bat, of course.
Ooh, ruffled feathers added.
But I'd suggest having a chat with that owner of the tea shop. Who knows what feathers were ruffled, eh?
Citizen.
Oh, okay, he was there.
Right, we're looking for... Is this the Goblin Garden? No, we need to find it. I just don't know where. Hang on, we got a map? Yes, but it's not very helpful. I'm guessing, looking at this, we're in this area, Viscon's Lair. So we came up here, so we're in Tolstead South. Anyway, RB, I need a quick bio break, so give me a sec, folks. I'm back, folks. Sorry about that. I'm apologising because I have to go to the toilet. That's very me. Anyway. Has anybody told Arvin Elrond to check the demo out for this game? Because I bet he's going to love it. Take care, Alwyn. Recover well, buddy. This is the Goblin Snell. Ooh, nice. Goblin Forest level 3 rogue? This goblin gets shit done, no matter the odds. Highly competent, but with a craving for validation. Just look at the way he dresses himself. He doesn't work for himself or any ideal. This goblin devotes his life for his lady. No different from a religious nut. You got a great point there, Stalio. I mean, I'm doing the best I can, but I'm one man voicing an entire mind. At first, I was going to try and do them all with basically kind of the same voice, but they actually have some pretty distinct personalities. Should we talk to Snell, or should we go? There's like more gobbos over here. Wait, the cat's gone. There was a kitty here a minute ago. Our Lady's apartments. Maybe I should make the goblins a bit Cornish. Nope, still crowns. Okay. Wait. Well, I didn't expect to see bicycles. Bike line. One bike stands out. Do I get a bicycle? Sorry, bicycles in a D&D game has kind of broke me. It's like I've never actually come across a D&D game that's done that. And yet, there's such a simple invention. It's kind of crazy that I haven't come across that more often. Well, relatively simple invention, if you know what I mean. Comparative to, I feel like most D&D tech levels are. It always feels like they could have the bike if they made the effort. All right, let's engage with the bike. A handful of bicycles are stationed at the local rack. Bicycle, a land transportation device first popularized in the early Arcane era. Originally invented due to the difficulty of transporting horses to the floating majorcratic cities. They are scared of portals. Bicycle. Used for traversing long distances with ease and speed. Used by common workers all around Norvik. Seen as a poor man's way to travel in the countryside. Famously used by free striders during the early revolution to escape the majorcratic forces, now a symbol of many free cities and reeds. Bicycle. Bikes are nice. I think Constitution is literally meant to be like when they say listen to your gut. Bike racks are stationed in many places around the city, usually in locales with lots of stairs. A lot of bikes. The usual commuters are probably too scared to head past the tea shop. This particular bike is yours. Ooh. Check the chain lock. You lean in and take a closer look. Rusty chain seems brittle but wrapped so hard around the tire that it would be annoying to get it off even if you had the key. Why would you wrap it like that? Wait, this is my bike? Yes, you fool. Keep up. Yesterday, Makatai. Sure is. Best way to travel in Norvik, except of course in this godforsaken island fortress. Where's the key? Not here. Did you lose it somewhere? Don't go wandering around looking for your key. It's just a bike. Could getting the key be a quest? It does sound like a quest you would get. Sounds like a shitty quest. Find the missing key. The mystery of the bike key. Something like that would be perfect.
The key is probably at the bottom of the river, along with the rest of your dignity. Hold on. When exactly did I come to Tolstad? On the 21st of March, evening. Then you fell. Was I alone? No. Lucky strike from some drunk fool, probably. Do I recall anything important? You chained the bike. You stood up, then pain. I stumbled over the stone railing. Yes. And you broke the shit out of it. That's it. That's all I remember. Yes. Wait. That means I was here. Wait, is this the spot I died? Ah, maybe I just got hit over the head here and then dumped somewhere else. Cerber BE. Well, I ain't getting much out of that. I got nothing out of that. Now I get some items here. Money! Wait. I didn't get the money. Tried to fleece me, game. I'm working on it. Political affiliations, the first election is coming. We need to find some goblins to talk to, I guess. Oh, hang on, what are these? Actually readable posters. They're still kind of old. Getting out information to people. How do you do it? One possible way. Papers nailed to random walls. You'd be surprised how effective it can be. Some of them are torn and unintelligible. Blah, blah, blah. You should rip them to shreds. That'd be fun. Rip down the posters, tear them to shreds like a good man. Look at the flyer with the owl on it. Salen and Sons, binders and lithographers. Everything from designing to engraving, account books, manufacturing. That's actually someone we need to talk to sort our prayer book out. Yep, thanks, intelligence. I do know Shoutism. Look at the end saying grand opening. My brain is informing me that Flyer is similar to Fly, which is a third level transmutation spell. Yeah, actually, Fly can kill you, as it says right there. The Stubborn Sphinx Brewery and Commercial Tavern. Served without riddles, drunk with all charm. Opened at least a year ago, maybe 2. Alright, what about the Faded Green Hammer? Gather, ye workers. Asgol said, no gods above, no king below, only folk. No gods, no kings, only men. Bioshock. Well, anyway, ripping them up like a good man. This makes you look cool, cool. Already read them all. Got what I wanted from them. That's all that matters. What's this? A pipe that could lead any... I don't want to stick my head in a pipe that could lead anywhere just yet. And also, I noticed the goblin there, but I can't interact with them. So, let's see. Journal. We need to remember what my objectives are. Questing! Right, what have we got going on? This is our quest tree. It's like the thought cabinet, but you complete like branches and you get traits. It's functionally different. That's election week. There's some sort of weird milk thing going on. I need to try and convince people to vote for their god wizard king. Found the exact spot. Someone must have pushed me in.
You talk to the fisherman in Water Lane, I guess. I don't know where Water Lane is. I don't know where anything is. This place is new and vast. So a craving for validation is something we might be able to use in conversation against them. Or I could just try and steal their notepad. That's only a DC 7? Yoink! My notepad now. Yellow notepad, it has some writing on it. Frank, son of Frank, main witness, need to find. Nicholas Darrow, motive, tea shop, radical activity, debt, bird owner, in trouble. Three striders involved, obviously. Explosion, magic, powder, esoteric bullshit, need cleric. Ooh, that's why the goblins are after me. But I think if I equip that... Yeah, it drops my strength down to 4, which is a -3, and you don't want to be at -2 for strength in D&D. I would say, like, that is horrible strength. You find a goblin standing at the tip of Tolstad. His clothes are fit for a Reedian trader, and his haircut is fit for an Ascani nobleman. A superficial fellow. Well, in this game, probably Sneak Dog, yeah, but in D&D in general, I would not be comfortable with a -2 in... That said, I think my character has a -2 in charisma in my current campaign, so... But I just tried to make sure... The problem is he likes to talk, so he often finds himself, like, the party... He finds himself in situations where the party step back and let him do the talking, and it's like, make a charisma check, and it's like, The dump stat can bite you on the arse. You catch him immediately glancing at your outfit. Let me guess, you're the cleric. Taking you for granted, this goblin needs to learn humility. But if I declare myself the cleric, that's going to mess with my I am a wizard playthrough, so... Well, that's fair, Sneak Dog. I'm just thinking about the odd time where you occasionally need to, like, roll a defense check, and you really wish you didn't have that -2. Taken for granted. I mean, yeah, I've got a bag of holding with my character. My character's only got strength 10 in our current campaign. None of your business. I think it might be entirely my business. If you're the cleric we're waiting for. No, I'm not. No? Alright then, fuck off. I think, actually, He groans and looks back at you. I was kidding, I'm actually the cleric. Hilarious. I'm Snell, runner and handler of the HWBT. Old lady's been waiting for you. This old lady must be his chieftain, the matriarch of his tribe. I should greet him properly with a traditional goblin salute. I mean, it was a wisdom failure, but I don't know that my wisdom failed, so... nice to meet you, Snell. Perform a traditional goblin salute. You raise your arms into the air as one would when greeting an uncivilized tribal goblin. Oh, uncivilized. The fuck are you doing? Cleric? What? Oh, what are you doing? I'm respecting your culture, goblin. I'll shake my hands a little. Not feeling it? The goblin does not respond, nor does he raise his own arms. Instead, he simply stares at you.
He is surely enjoying it, says my failed wisdom check. Please, cleric, stop it. Scouring your mind, it becomes clear to you that goblins, in fact, do not have a cultural salute. Thank you, Intelligence, for telling me that now. What you do remember, however, is a salute from the old Earthfolk play wherein goblins were played by green-painted humans who ran around with their arms in the air. Oh, I'm green-faced. Oh, no, I've done a green face. It's like the most racist thing I could have done in the situation. Oh, Jesus, I love this game. It's great. It's hilarious. Jazz hands, that's incredibly offensive. Oh, shit. This is my kind of game. I'm like, I have actual tears. I'm crying from laughter because this game is fantastic. Also, the strength avatar and the goblin portrait have kind of blended together in a way that kind of works in a really weird way. It's not at the moment abstractism, but the dev has said he's hoping to have it on GOG soon. Straight from the dev's mouth. Apparently there was just some complications on getting onto GOG that he hadn't anticipated, so... You know, that's what I was told. It's third-hand information because I was told the dev said that, so... Not a fan of that play, eh? What play? Oh, it's an old one, but good. The goblin looks around, clearly struggling to find the right words. Exasperated, more like. Okay. Right. Head down to the garden throne, but... What's all this? You look like human shit. You've been floating around in the banks of the river. Your uniform shows it. He is insulting you. The Gaul! You should teach him a lesson! Whatever do you mean? Whistle. I fell into the river, I died and was reborn, none of your concern. I fell in the river. That's just, yeah. Right. Really? It's fine, someone fished me up. Lucky you, I suppose. Just dust yourself off. The dragon's waiting, and trust me, you don't want to disappoint her. Is she spooky? Yeah, real scary. Insult her and she'll bite your head off. And then she'll sculpt your corpse to dust. And as we've established, like, dusting your corpse is really bad in this world. A jest, I'm sure. He laughs and crosses his arms. But seriously, she will fuck you up if you annoy her. Tell me more about this lady. Sure. For starters, she's the most powerful woman in Norvik. What happened later? Yeah, thanks, McDougal. That was the post that someone shared the other day as well. Yep, cool. That was the one. And considering there was an explosion yesterday, right in the middle of her territory, I think it's about time you do your damn job, cleric. All right, lead me to her. Good, but just to make it perfectly clear, some ground rules. Don't say anything stupid. Cheers, McDougal. How
I was never gonna remember who. Don't climb the trees, which I haven't done on this playthrough. That actually might affect my other game that I've got going on. Stay away from the edges, and enjoy the garden, cleric. The goblin just goes down the stairs. He seems to be in a hurry. This dragon sounds dangerous. Keep track of her fangs. She is just another warlord fighting over scraps. Don't let her get to you. Tell her what she wants to hear and you'll be fine. Look out over the river. The cold Ascani wind seeps through the cracks of your helmet. Follow him down the stairs. Oh yeah, progress. Not been here yet. This is all new now. How do I get out of this menu? Ah. Oh, that's how you pop out the character sheet. So yeah, see here we've got empty feat slots. We can unlock feats that can go in there, like D&D style feats. They go in there when you complete quests. See, I am a wizard. It says it right there on my fucking character sheet. Railings follow the Safety Council standards of 22. Oh, nice. We actually are knowledgeable on our safety standards. It's kind of a thing. It's been a thing that's amused me in games, and it's like I've really started to get delighted to see games like Viscera Cleanup Detail appear, because I always thought there's got to be some kind of legs in a game where you do like health and safety compliance checks on video game locations. The meat grinding facility. Well, you don't have any safety rails. I saw 17 workers accidentally shred body parts on the inspection. You've got zombies in cupboards over here that just pop out on people. Why? Okay. Oh, that reminds me. I got a dancing light. Okay, she looks fancy and has a mushroom hat. That is Nezwikala, Nessun of the Green. All right, let's see what we can unlock about them. Oh, everything. I have not managed this on a character yet. I know everything about this druid. True neutral, well, druid elf, actually. Unbothered, moisturized, happy, in her lane. She is focused on her work, but she does not seek strife. She will help you if you do not pose a threat. Her knowledge goes deep, far below the city. Learn from her and her loneliness. This elf is seeking an escape. Why else be here, of all places? Her matriarch. Yes, this woman is in trouble, just like you. I mean, I kind of assume this is what most major NPCs, I guess they have like a couple of points like that a GM would write. Like, you know, this major character has a couple of, you know, if they get this skill check, they will have like this little detail. If they get this skill check, they'll get this and this and like that. As I've played Dungeons and Dragons, I've never DM'd. Can we nick anything fun? Oh, we want that. Let's see if we can get it out of them fairly, but DC 14 is worth. I want speak with animals. That spell is great. Any developer worth their salt does something funny at least, or useful, or entertaining, or good with speak with animals. They always make it worth doing. Stadio, it's based on Disco Elysium, so it's more like your passes and fails just guide your route through the game, through like lots of different shifting things that can go out different ways based on how you play them. Well, yeah, but I feel like this isn't competing. This isn't competing with Baldur's Gate 3. This is using the Dungeons and Dragons mechanics in a very new and interesting and creative way that I haven't really seen them applied to. And apparently, I was told that it's all under like an open license that Wizards of the Coast put out. Because I was a little worried once I started reading the spell descriptions. I was like, have they just plagiarized these? But no. And I say but no very quickly so it can't be clipped out of context, but yeah. Now someone can edit that together, but yeah. I was worried when I read the spell descriptions that I was like, did they just plagiarize these? But no, there's like an open license that you can use for works like this that the Wizards of the Coast made available. Yeah, we need that speak with animal spell. Are you on mic? I know you're now. Drow? At the top of the garden lookout, you see a strange creature hunched over. She is making potions, which are magical substances ingested for temporary effects. Underneath. Bubble in my throat. Underneath a large red hat, her drooping gaze slowly glides towards you. Cool hat. You should get one like that. Thanks, Wisdom. What do they say? Intelligence is knowing the difference between an edible and a poisonous mushroom, and wisdom is knowing which one to serve at dinner. Or was it? Oh, what was the tomato theory? There's like a D&D tomato-based D&D tomato stats. Yeah, here we go. D&D stats explained in tomatoes. Okay, folks? Some of you may know this. Some of you may not. This is one of my favorite ways. This is how you explain D&D. Strength is being able to crush a tomato. Dexterity is being able to dodge a tomato. Constitution is being able to eat a bad tomato. Intelligence is knowing a tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is knowing not to put a tomato in a fruit salad. Charisma is being able to sell a tomato-based fruit salad. And if you're a bard, you could also say that the tomato-based fruit salad would simply be salsa. Give me some elf lore. Scary primal overlords of the forest. Okay, this writer likes elves. Rare in Norfolk, but they've got their hidden roots all over Asken. Nice corner you got here. Slowly, and in an appropriately dramatic fashion, she widens her eyes to reveal piercing red pupils. Oh, did she just Gowron me? Greetings to you and your house. I can't do the Gowron eyes. I couldn't even do half of the Gowron eyes. Nobody can do like half the Gowron eyes from Next Generation, right? And her grin widens even more, somehow. A ball, run, leave. Ooh. I didn't mean to hit the microphone in my panic, though. Oh, God, she's trouble. She's real trouble. Oh my god. Dexterity tells me to run, and that's a success, and charisma is telling me she's trouble. Oh no. Let's look at the side of her head. Look at those pointy ears, one on each side. That was a fail, though. And those eyes. An elf. Aren't they red? Is that a drow? It was dark-skinned elf. That's a drow. This is no elf of Elysium. This is an elf of Pimea. An elvish derogatory term. Oh, Undercoast. This is yes, it's a drow. Yeah. The undercoast is like, so in this world, there's the coast, and then there's the undercoast, which exists upside down. Here we go. So yeah, you got the coast and you got the undercoast, and then there's a gravity barrier here, halfway between the two, and you dig down and you go through the gravity barrier and you flip round, and then you can climb up to the undercoast. It's such a cool concept. It's the Underdark, but you have to do a gravity flip for 180 degrees at the halfway point as you descend. It's so cool. I'm gonna glare at her. A man delves into the garden, his sight set on the mysterious below. Are you that man?
Stay a while and
Thank you for the follow. The way her eyes dart back and forth like that. Is she answered? I'm Cornish now. Whatever. Read your country accent. It's all fine. Is she on something? Actually, internally, am I that man? That's an internal thought. These two are said out loud. Now she's just being dramatic. You are a man, but which one? Which one? Cannot be said. I am man. Maybe? Your feelings are not focused. This is okay. The elf stammers? Or is that an idealect? Not a speech impediment. It is her undercoast accent seeping through. She turns around, her red eyes glimmering beyond a mist of spores. Neswikala of the Green. Call me Nessan. I am underling to Hierophant of Pidana. Hierophant of Pidana, a legendary archdruid of the Undercoast, known for keeping balance, which usually means stopping any proper seafaring civilization from taking hold of the Dark Archipelago. Ah, yes, I love that the druid bullshit of keeping balance, which just means they get to interfere in any way they see fit. So I'm not going to help you out on this mission because I feel like that would tip the balance too far. So I'm just going to sit back here in my tree and chill with these mushrooms for a bit. And then when you get back, I guess the balance might have tipped a bit in the other way because now they're going to be mobilized against you. And then I'll help you out. Once you've done the hard work, you tip the balance. I am compelled to help then, because got to keep the balance. Druids. Fucking druids. There's something esoteric going on here. You're a druid. Prove it. She gives you a goofy smile. I don't see how I could prove such more than I currently do. She points to her head mushroom. There are indeed not many folks sitting around pretending to be mushrooms in bushes. Otherwise, this city would be even stranger. It's so good. I love this game. And again, it's, Disco Elysium was fantastic. I think this is probably... Is this the first to the post for the Disco Elysium type games that have been coming soon? Or I guess we could call them second generation Disco Elysium. I'd still take that over chaotic neutral. Like chaotic if you've got a player on your party who is chaotic neutral, you're probably going to have a headache the whole campaign. I can do whatever I want, chaotic neutral. It's like I'm going to throw my party into a pit, then throw a rope down and pull them out, and then set the rope on fire as they're climbing out. Chaotic neutral. Yeah, it's the concept of chaotic neutral is fine. It's that when it's applied, when players use it, it's always used as an excuse to be a massive disruptive arsehole to the game. Do you know much of it? They went over the basics at the towers. The towers? Ah, your wizard school. More or less, yeah. I'm not saying that. I am a wizard. She lowers her gaze for what she realizes the first time since she raised it. I would like to hear your tale, human. There is much to be learned from your folk and your settlement in this band. She speaks as though the Earth folk's 60-something years of civilization building is nothing but a footnote in her history book. She's an elf. It probably is the case. How sustainable is your lifestyle? Sustainable? How do you replenish the resources you consume? And if you do not, how many years until depletion? How long do your kind live when deprived of food? I am just curious. Yes. It's getting a bit specific. Me in particular, or my people? Both, or either. She presses down a mushroom on a bowl, sending a puff of spores into the air. Is that going to tell me that it's just sending... Oh, god damn you, encyclopedia brain. My brain would like to inform me that while she's sending spores into the air, sending is a third-level evocation spell commonly used as direct communication between powerful individuals. This is what my brain is like. This is literally what my brain does. I'm supposed to know that? I do not mean an exact number of hours or even years until you run out of natural resources. Just an approximation. And perhaps a toll of the impact on others in your vicinity. What? Are you now trying to find out if I die, I take other people with me? I'm getting very disturbed by this line of questioning. Do you want an answer now? If you have it. But there is no stress. I will think about it. If you focus on yourself, you can probably sustain yourself for a long-ass time. Who cares? Really? If you run out of shit, you go to another place and you take that shit instead. That's how it works. Oh, God, you're focusing too much on the question. Instead, focus on what she wants to hear. I, personally, could live on an apple a day. It's pretty sustainable. Oh, that's not good at all, human. Your kind requires much more sustenance. Not this guy. My legs tremble. To be fair, you haven't had a decent meal in a long time. I'm like, I'm healthy. Careful for yourself. Do not let the idealization of a goal hinder your healthy lifestyle. She gives you some mushrooms from her bowl. Oh, I got sympathy mushrooms. Please, eat. It is as the hedonists say. An infamous group of activists and anarchists spawned towards the end of the Coast War. They stand for something, probably. Mostly they're known for inciting riots and playing with demonic forces. Hedonists and anarchists movements spawned towards the end of the Coast War. They dealt with abyssal forces and somehow published the Hedonists, an instructional booklet that made its way across the coast. Listen to your empty stomach. It's well read, even if it is anarchist rubbish.
and out. Don't mind if you do. Opidana has helped keep the undersea from being overtaken by unbalancing powers. Demigods, fiends, celestials, your human anarchists. Each creates a great power that not only overtakes the primal, they do so with ease. That great war your kind waged upon one another delayed it, but I do certainly believe it is inevitable. The primal is just another of those powers she mentions. It can be tamed. It should be. The primal stuff just gets stronger then. Ah, a solution, I see. Trust me when I say, you do not wish to live in a realm where nature fights back. Really fights back. To be fair, when a druid says that, they mean it. Now, enough of complicated topics. Tell me, human, do you have a mate? No, do not answer that. Do not answer that. Well? Oh no, has she been sporing me this whole time? Oh god, I was told to walk away right at the start, wasn't I? Not good. Don't worry, she's not hitting on you. She means it more like, are you married? I'm going to trust charisma? Style? No, probably not. Elaborate? Of course. I apologize if I was vague, human. I only mean, most humans in this settlement group in pairs. I wondered if those of your kind do the same. Form such long-term committed partnerships. It's all right. We smarted our way. It's a slightly less inflammatory question. I'm married to my work, or I am the cleric. I go solo. You remember this scene from Witcher 1? I am married to my work. You know, it's a mushroom cap and size. I see. It is the same here, then. The path of an esoteric guardian is to be alone. I think she's just said that I'm going to die a virgin. I'm pretty sure she just said that to me. This is the thing that makes me want to replay these games, though, is like the fact they say, like, you failed a check here. It's like, but I got something for that. What would I have got if I had passed? Or when it says you passed and you know that stuff can happen when you fail. I think that's one of the key things that Disco Elysium really did well, that sold it to so many people, was it made losing a role funny. Like, sometimes it benefited you losing a role. You could find secret stuff that you could only access through, like, losing a role in a certain place. But it made it feel like it's okay to have not min-maxed your character and, you know, figured out where the best, most efficient place to put all your stats is. It was like, you didn't want to do that, because then you still lost out on stuff. It was such a smart way to design the game. Cheap brand olive oil. So let me just recap that situation. So the elf starts adding some sort of oily liquid to her mushroom bowl. My wisdom says a strange substance, golden, perhaps from some kind of undersea whale. After a failed check, my intelligence goes, it's cheap olive oil. It is odd. Odd elf can guide you in any way, make it so. Ooh. He pities me and my hungry stomach. Man, that would have been a 20. Let's see if we can bring that down. There's a check to be done here. What do you know about the tea shop? Only what the roots whisper to me. You must delve deep, human. Something rotten happened that day. The green quakes, they fear what's to come, they whisper. It's very good writing as well. I get the feeling, I don't know if this developer has DM'd. He's definitely played D&D at least, so he knows how DMing works. Because the answers and the tidbits of info you get are great. And like that bit of writing right there. Like that is how you use a druid. Like a druid is absolutely supposed to be like, they can get that kind of information, but it's all very plant focused. So the plants say something rotten happened, we have to dig deep, and that's the only context that plants would be able to give, right? So look at that staff again. Freaking love this game. It's so good. Oh. What do the goblins whisper about? That the city is at fault, that Lady Sageleaf should take over. The usual. You were here when it exploded? No, I was much further below. Oh, do they whisper anything useful? You do not speak with trees often, do you? Insane behavior. What do you think happened? I will not deliberate on things I have no knowledge about. What's the fun in that? All right, moving on. You're welcome. What are you voting in the election? I am not a citizen of Norvik. According to city law, universal suffrage includes any inhabitants of Norvikian soil as of the 1st of Ingami 26. So we can actually find out if this individual has voting rights? I love it. Yeah, how so? That makes you a citizen. Oh. Don't I get a say in that? If you don't tell the government, you're probably fine. I am now banned in America. And perhaps I won't. Thank you, human. What happens if I say no? You can redo it. Okay. No. Okay. Oh, she doesn't care. You don't look like an elf. What do elves look like? Elves are monstrous. Ilm elves are tree-like. Pimean elves are simply grey. One of the great bands along the coast, great homeland of the elusive and isolationist High Elves, a land of artificial forests, crags covered in eternal darkness, and roots burrowing into the very coast itself. The have fought a losing battle against devils and celestials for millennia, but their authoritarian society still lives within these great walls. I suppose there are many kinds of elves. We do not call ourselves that, but to your people, yes, I am an elf. Pimea. Pimea your lietiana tabitaya. We are the elves of stars. I can tell the elf that it's impressive they speak elfish. I'm such a prat. I'm such a prat. You're from the Undercoast. How do I get there? Halls and tunnels. There are more than enough, even within viewing distance. Though I'd recommend gaining Lady Sageleaf's approval first. That's what I was thinking here, Car. It was seeming that way as written. Not as read by me, because that was probably way off. You speak Elvish, impressive. I'm going to ask it. She looks to the side, then back on you. Your grasp on the human tongue is remarkable as well. Oops. Your elfish is very good, elf. Your human is very good, human. You confuse her in a semi-good way. Alright, let's see if we can do this. we're losing 2 off the roll, but we've knocked 5 DC off it for my empty stomach. It's close, but how could you do such a thing? To prove attunement requires years of training. You've perhaps done a few exercises in your spare time, and you've read about druidic magic, but perhaps you can try it anyway. I have to try. You focus your mind on the nature around, the life, the decay, the funny-looking mushrooms, but you cannot sense it. Nothing. Why isn't... No, magic is not hard because I am destined to be this city's god, wizard, emperor, king thing. So it's not that magic is hard, it's that this is not working because druid magic is stupid. Maybe if I start clenching. Oh no. You move from mind to muscle. You keep clenching. Pressure. Pain. Perhaps this was a foolish choice. Ow. But pain can be a good teacher. Perhaps you've learned something here. I just leveled up from clenching. I never, ever, ever expected to say that sentence. Not that I had it like as a sentence on a list of things I hope to say someday but don't expect to. It's like, as soon as I came out, I was like, yeah, no, that's pretty unexpected. It's locked, but when we unlock it, that's become much easier now. Because I clenched hard and I tried it once. The clenching has improved my chances, but we'd have to unlock the roll. But I'm gonna have to wrap up here. I'm afraid. I am afraid because damn, this is good. I've also got stuff going on soon, but we'll get back to this next week as soon as I can. We've got level advancements. Yeah, this is good. This is good. Esoteric Ebb, very, very fun. I'm really liking it so far. It's hilarious. And again, if you play this, pick a different class. Chat picked what was the name of the build again? Unstable Ego or something like that. So this is our character. We've got, our intelligence is 15 as well. Our dexterity is 15 and our charisma is 18. So we are smart, sneaky, and we can manipulate people. Also, we can use our 2nd level spell. Oh, actually, this is my level up. Oh shit, I've got to actually spend it. All right, in that case, let's round our intelligence up to a 16, get that +3, because it's going to be the dex, like, it's D&D level up, right? So you take an odd number, you make it even. So we can either get a +3 in intelligence or a +5 in dexterity because we're proficient in it. That inclines me to want to take intelligence more than dexterity. Get that one now, and then that one becomes more valuable going forward. Yeah. And now I have a bit more health, which is also tied into your constitution score. Right, now I can wrap up. Yeah, so this has been Esoteric Ebb, and what a wonderful game it is. I think, as I was saying earlier, this might be the first to the post or second to the post. No, actually, there's been like 3, I think, games I would call Discworld Elysium. Like, whatever. Don't mind me. I'm getting mugged on my train of thought. Bandidos. I'm going to wrap up there, folks. So I'll be back tomorrow. So hopefully I will see you all then. Until then, folks, take care. And don't forget, I'm going to say this again to remind folks, Saturday, we're going to be doing Day of Defeat Classic on our private server. So get that sorted. Get not Day of Defeat Source like we've done before. We're doing old school Day of Defeat, the original. We've got a private server that we're going to be jumping onto that on Saturday, hopefully. Until then, until tomorrow. That's Saturday. Friday's going to be something. I don't know what. Whatever.
come by Discord, chat with me. I'll figure something out. Until then, good night, folks. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure, and take care. Off you trot. And thank you, question for results. I'm glad you enjoyed the voices. Night, everyone.